Chapter 125. Go to see Net. At Su Chan's urging, Li Yundong packed up some clothes, grabbed the last bit of money he had, and followed Su Chan out of the house. Go to see Net. 7 KOM. Kaihong **1 underscore Schwepper sent super #speed. Li Yundong and Su Chan wandered around the city at night for a while before they found a hotel to stay in. Li Yundong had no choice but to rent a room with a single bed because he was already very poor. After they entered the room, Li Yundong helped Su Chan, who was limping, to sit down. Does your foot still hurt? Su Chan looked around. She had suddenly left the home she was used to and came to this strange place. She was not used to it. It still hurts a little, Su Chan said. But it should be fine by tomorrow. Seeing that the little girl was a little depressed, Li Yundong smiled, pinched the little girl's chin, and said, "It's okay. Don't worry, I'm here. I saw a pharmacy downstairs. I'll go buy you some safflower oil later and apply it." After that, he put down his luggage and was about to leave. Su Chan tugged at his sleeve and stared at him anxiously. "You have to come back soon, okay?" she said. Li Yundong smiled and rubbed Su Chan's head. "Don't worry. I'll be back soon. I won't leave you behind again." Su Chan nodded and watched Li Yundong go out the door. Li Yundong went downstairs to buy a bottle of safflower oil. It only took him a few minutes, but Su Chan felt as if she had been waiting for centuries. When Li Yundong came back, she let out a sigh of relief and smiled sweetly. What? Logically speaking, it was a very frustrating thing to be forced to live in one's own home by one's enemy. But when Li Yundong saw the innocent smile on Su Chan's face, he felt a warmth in his heart. Although there was a heavy burden on his shoulders, it was like there was endless strength in his bones. It was like as long as Su Chan was by his side, he would never have to worry or be afraid of anything. Li Yundong took the bottle of safflower oil and sat down next to Su Chan. Then, he smiled and sighed. "Looks like the two of us are back in Jianghu. We'll have to depend on each other from now on." Before, whenever she couldn't see Li Yundong, her heart would feel empty, flustered, and confused. Now that he was sitting next to her, her heart seemed to have calmed down. The air in the hotel seemed to be filled with his scent. Her body softened and she leaned against Li Yundong, her head resting on his shoulder, feeling the strong masculinity in his body. Watch Net. 7 KOM. Net. Super_speed. More. Nu Su Chan closed her eyes and didn't say a word, as if she was greedily enjoying the peace and quiet. Li Yundong caressed the girl's cheek affectionately. Suddenly, she smelled a faint smell of blood. She opened her eyes and grabbed Li Yundong's hand to take a closer look. There was a circular scar on his palm. Su Chan's heart skipped a beat and she said in surprise, "I know why you were able to take Wan Hongling's magical item with your bare hands." Li Yundong hadn't expected that the girl would suddenly say such a thing after being quiet for a while. He smiled and said, "What have you figured out?" Su Chan said excitedly, "Wan Hongling's cultivation is not strong enough. When she was in the divinization stage, she could only transform the essence, qi, and blood in her body into the supreme yin qi, but she couldn't regenerate yang qi from the supreme yin qi. Therefore, she and her magical item are extremely afraid of pure yang qi. Since you have the Jindan's vital energy and are a virgin, the qi in your body is the strongest yang qi in the world. Therefore, when your virgin blood touched Wan Hongling's magical artifact, it immediately broke through her Dao technique and spiritual seal, and snatched Wan Hongling's magical artifact." Li Yundong was confused. He thought for a moment, then took out the red caltrop satin that had been stuffed into a ball in his pocket. Li Yundong held the silk in his hand and looked at it carefully. He said, "Isn't this ordinary silk? It's not a big deal." Su Chan looked at the silk enviously and said, "Don't underestimate this silk. This is a magical item made from the colorful clouds that the leader of the Zhengyi school of the Shangqing sect picked from the Heaven Lake. It can't be burned, torn, contaminated, or corroded by evil poisons. It can be turned into a sharp weapon that can destroy everything in the world, and it can be turned into a protective wall that is impregnable. Su Chan swallowed and said, "This is a powerful magical item that all cultivators in the world yearn to have. It can be considered a top-notch magical item in the Zhengyi school. I didn't expect that you would take it with your bare hands. What an anomaly. I'm afraid no one would believe it if I told them." Li Yundong noticed that Su Chan was staring at the piece of silk in his hand. He smiled and handed it to her. "You like it that much?" he said. "You like it that much? I'll give it to you." Su Chan was shocked. Give it to me? How can this be? This is a magical item that you stole." Li Yundong laughed and said, "What's mine is yours, isn't it?" Su Chan's face was full of shock. She stared at Li Yundong blankly and was speechless for a moment. Go to see. In the cultivation world, the same powerful magical item would often arouse the coveting of other cultivators, which would lead to a fight. This was because magical items were equivalent to weapons for cultivators. How could they fight with others without weapons? If a cultivator had a good magical item, he would definitely cherish it as a treasure and regard it as his life. He would never give it to others, even if it was a father, son, or brother. However, Li Yundong had said that he would give it to her. Su Chan couldn't help but feel shocked. At this time, she knew that the boy in front of her loved her unreservedly. He was so good to her, didn't hide anything from her, and gave her all the good things, but she still hid his true identity. The more Su Chan thought about it, the sadder she became. She pouted and tears fell down. Li Yundong quickly put down the silk in his hand and helped her wipe her tears. "Oh, why are you crying all of a sudden? Be careful not to cry like a little cat. I don't want you anymore." Su Chan burrowed into Li Yundong's arms and held his waist tightly with both hands. "No, you can't leave me. I'm relying on you." Li Yundong could feel the girl's obsession and attachment to him. He laughed and said, Okay, just rely on me. Come on, get up. I'll apply medicine for you." Su Chan smiled through her tears and rubbed her head against Li Yundong's body, drying her tears on his clothes. Then, she raised her head and said with a smile, "Actually, you don't need to apply it. It'll be fine after one night." Li Yundong looked at the wet patch on his body and scolded her with a smile, "Hey, do you think I'm a rag? Hurry up and stretch out your foot." Su Chan took off her shoes and socks and stretched out her foot, her cheeks blushing. She bit her lip gently with her snow-white teeth, and her 5 toes were slightly clenched. She seemed a little nervous. Li Yundong saw that the little girl's beautiful feet were smooth, and her 5 toes were arranged neatly and beautifully. Although there was no nail polish on her toes, they were brighter and smoother than those with nail polish. They were as gentle as jade. Li Yundong reached out and gently picked up the girl's foot. As soon as his hand touched Su Chan's skin, she unconsciously shrank back, but stopped halfway. Her dark eyes were like a pair of limpid eyes, and the smile on her face was both shy and charming. Li Yundong's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. He reached out and pulled the little girl's feet in front of him. He laughed and said, "It's really strange. Why do our men's feet stink, but the feet of beautiful girls like you are fragrant? Is there a difference in the structure of the human body?" Su Chan's body trembled slightly as Li Yundong held her ankle in the palm of his hand. She felt as if an electric current had passed through her body. She felt numb at the same time. She giggled. "That's why I said you guys are stinky men." Halfway through her sentence, she suddenly realized that something was wrong and immediately said, "What do you mean by beautiful girls like you have feet that smell good? Have you ever seen anyone with feet that smell good? Hurry up and tell me." Li Yundong laughed and picked up the girl's foot, then kissed her smooth instep. "I've seen you before," he said. Why are you jealous? Su Chan giggled and unconsciously moved her foot back. Itchy. Li Yundong pretended to be angry and glared at her. Don't move. Su Chan said, oh. Then, she put her foot back into Li Yundong's hands. Li Yundong held the girl's ankle with one hand and poured some safflower oil on it with the other. Then, he gently rubbed the area where the girl had sprained her ankle. Su Chan watched as Li Yundong massaged her ankle attentively. She felt a wave of heat rising from her ankle, making her whole body feel warm. It was as if there was hot honey flowing in her heart, warm and sweet. After a while, Li Yundong looked up and suddenly saw Su Chan looking at him tenderly. Her eyes were full of affection, and it was obvious that she was extremely aroused. He smiled and said, "Why are you looking at me?" Su Chan smiled sweetly. "You're so good to me, sir." Li Yundong laughed. Silly words again. Su Chan suddenly thought of something. She asked tentatively, "Sir, aren't you curious that Wan Hongling called me a witch and a demon today?" Li Yundong asked curiously, "What's there to be curious about?" "I've seen a lot of people like her who consider themselves decent people and think that everything they do is for the sake of justice. I really don't know where her sense of superiority comes from. I hate it when I see it. People like her, as long as they don't share the same ideals, they are demons and heretics." Humph. Hearing this, Su Chan felt a little relieved, but she was still a little unwilling. She asked weakly, "But what if one day I really become a witch?" Li Yundong didn't take it seriously. He laughed and reached out to pinch the girl's nose. "If you want to become a witch, I'll become a demon. We two demons will travel together and dominate the world." Su Chan giggled and dodged Li Yundong's hand. She said angrily, "Your hand smells of safflower oil. It smells terrible." After pushing Li Yundong's hand away, she looked at him worriedly and said, "No, you will definitely be a great cultivator in the future. I will be a burden to you if you take me with you." Li Yundong looked at Su Chan tenderly, leaned his head in front of her, and gently kissed the girl's red lips, which were like strawberry jelly. He said softly, "Don't always say such silly things. You will always be my girl. No matter what happens, it won't change." Su Chan was touched and happy. She looked at him affectionately and took the initiative to kiss him. This time, the heavenly thunder aroused the earth fire, and the two of them immediately tangled with each other's tongues. After a while, Su Chan broke free, panting. She wiped her finger across her mouth and pulled out a shiny silk thread. She giggled and said, "You're bullying me again. Didn't you say that you would massage my feet?" Li Yundong smiled and picked up the girl's feet again. As he rubbed them, he told her jokes to make her happy. The two of them giggled. Although they both knew that they had offended the extremely powerful Zhengyi school in the cultivation world, they were not worried at all. Instead, they were immersed in their own little world. When they looked at each other, they felt so happy and sweet that they couldn't tell what was going on. Sometimes there was a delay in updating the web page. The page would prompt that there was an update, but there would be a delay in clicking on the chapter table of contents. Therefore, it was recommended that everyone use the bookshelf to check it. It was simple, convenient, and intuitive. Happy reading. OM/. Chapter 126. Please remember the domain name of this website. Or search on Baidu, Songlian literature website. After Li Yundong finished massaging Su Chan, he smiled at her and said, "Do you want to take a shower first, or should I?" "You go first," Su Chan said with a smile. Li Yundong tapped Su Chan's nose, picked up his clothes, and walked into the bathroom with a smile. Su Chan stood up and tried to move her injured joints after Li Yundong entered the bathroom. At this time, Li Yundong poked his head out of the bathroom and said with a smirk, "I didn't close the door. Don't peek." Su Chan's eyes turned into crescent moons. "Who's peeking at you? You're so hairy and ugly." Li Yundong laughed and retracted his head. Su Chan leaned against the table in the room where the TV was placed. She tilted her head and looked at the misty bathroom. She couldn't help but think, Master once said that the most bitter thing in the world is love. She also said that the worst people in the world are men. But why do I feel that Li Yundong is the best man in the world, and the sweetest and happiest thing in the world is love? The more Su Chan thought about it, the more infatuated she became. She put her hand back and leaned against the table. She looked at Li Yundong's figure in the bathroom and suddenly felt her body go numb. This strange feeling made her very strange. Why do I feel numb when I see him? Is this the feeling of love? Su Chan was in a daze. After a while, Li Yundong walked out of the bathroom, wiping his hair. Li Yundong was shocked when he saw Su Chan. He pointed at her and said loudly, "Hey, why did you put your hand on the electric switch of the socket?" Su Chan was shocked. She quickly raised her hand and said in a low voice, "I was wondering why I felt numb." Li Yundong laughed and scolded her. "You idiot. How can you not feel numb when you put your hand on the electric switch? Besides, do you want to experience the feeling of numbness? Come find me." Su Chan saw Li Yundong smirk and said, "Bah, you big hooligan, I'm not looking for you." The two of them laughed for a while, then Li Yundong picked up the magical item from the bed and said, "You really don't want this?" Su Chan shook her head and thought to herself, "I'm a fox spirit, so I only have demonic chi in me. This thing is an authentic immortal magic item. I need immortal chi to control it. How can I use it?" Su Chan said seriously, "Keep it. You'll need it in the future." Li Yundong laughed heartily. How can a man like me use such a thing? After that, he had an idea. With a smile, he wrapped the piece of silk around the little girl's injured ankle and tied it into a bow. Then he smiled proudly and said, "Not bad, not bad. It looks good." Su Chan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If the Jingyi school knew that you used their magical item like this, they would go crazy. Li Yundong snorted. "I'd be mad if they bullied you." "Don't talk nonsense, I said it's like this." "Oh." Su Chan slowly moved into the bathroom, then poked her head out. "Then I'm going to take a shower." Li Yundong waved his hand and said, "Go ahead." When he saw steam beginning to rise from the bathroom, he withdrew his gaze and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It wasn't easy for him to find a place, but now he couldn't live there. But this was a small matter. The most important thing was that he had no money. Before paying for 2 days' hotel room, the two of them would have to live on the streets. What the hell was this? Li Yundong couldn't help but scratch his scalp and think, do I have to steal or rob? What a joke. Li Yundong pinched his fingers and suddenly found that the day when his parents would send the money was very close. It seemed to be in the next 2 days. Thinking of this, Li Yundong couldn't help but be happy. God hasn't given me up. Half of the money should be enough to pay back the bank, and the other half should be enough for half a month, right? As for the second half of the month. I'll think about it in the second half of the month. However, in another month, my family will definitely know that I was fired. At that time, all my financial income will be cut off. What a tragedy. It wasn't easy to find a job, but because I offended the Jingyi school, I didn't dare to go out. What a tragedy. Li Yundong was happy for a while, but he couldn't help but smile bitterly. After the girl came out of the shower, Li Yundong couldn't help but play with her for a while. It was late at night, and the two of them fell asleep in each other's arms. The next day, Li Yundong wanted to get up and go to work, but the girl refused to let him go. "No, the Jingyi school is powerful. If you go out like this, you will definitely be found out." Li Yundong smiled bitterly. "Do you want me to be a coward for the rest of my life?" Su Chan thought for a moment and said, "At least wait for 2 days." Li Yundong thought for a moment, then pounced on Su Chan with a smile. "Well, little girl, come and serve me well for 2 days." Su Chan dodged with a startled smile, but Li Yundong hugged her and giggled. Li Yundong didn't expect that while he and the girl were in the hotel, Tiannan University had already fallen into chaos because of him. Ever since the news that a pornographic video had been accidentally played in the auditorium had spread throughout the school, the students of Tiannan University had worshipped Li Yundong to the extreme. He was so strong that he didn't seem like an ordinary person. He was surrounded by beautiful women, and he even went against the teachers at school and played pornographic videos. How could there be such an awesome person in the world? Even the male students who used to dislike Li Yundong couldn't help but give him a thumbs up and say with delight, "Awesome, this guy is too awesome." Showing Aoi classmates' video in public wasn't something an ordinary person could do. That night, Li Yundong's fan club swelled again, and most of them were male students. That night, a group of big animals excitedly started a heated discussion in the gossip section about the body art of Japanese celebrities such as Aoi and Ozawa, who was better and who was worse. Except for the bold and unrestrained wolf girl, the rest of the girls consciously bypassed the gossip section and went to the Jianghu section of the campus to start a special section for girls. The original poster, Ching Ching, had written a line of bold red words on the post: "This is a place where ladies come and go. All animals should go around. Otherwise, they will be killed." The font was so big that 5 words could form a line, and 3 lines could fill up a 19-inch LCD screen. The male students who clicked on the post saw the line of murderous words and avoided the post, but there were also some who shamelessly went up to it. As a result, they were immediately discovered by the girls. After a storm of insults, they covered their heads and fled from the post. The boys were enthusiastically commenting on the merits and demerits of Japanese stars and exchanging their feelings with each other. Some of them even wrote long reviews. The female students, on the other hand, were much more harmonious. Most of them expressed their appreciation for Li Yundong's manliness in standing up and taking the initiative to take responsibility. They also expressed serious concerns about how the school would deal with Li Yundong. Ching Ching took the opportunity to call on the female students to put pressure on the school board to deal with the matter lightly. This suggestion was approved by many girls, but when the leaders of the school board found out about the post, the school forum was ordered to be shut down the next day. All of a sudden, all the students in the school realized that this was a serious matter. Without the school forum, the private discussion among the students became even more intense. Many people expressed their indignation at the school's hegemony, but they did not dare to speak up. On the 3rd day, the principal of Tiannan University, Feng Yubin, returned. The school board officially held a meeting to discuss how to deal with Li Yundong. At this time, Zhou Qin, who had received the news, was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She wanted to beg her father to let him step in. With his power, he could solve any problem with a phone call. But as soon as Zhou Qin called her father, Zhou Kachang said as if he had foreseen the future, "If you want me to plead for Li Yundong, then you have to promise me one thing first." Without saying a word or even saying goodbye, Zhou Qin directly pressed the hang-up button. Then, she angrily threw the phone to the ground and broke it into pieces. In the dormitory, Feng Na was also burning with anxiety. She seemed to have lost a lot of weight in the past 2 days. She was not in the mood to go to class anymore. She was holed up in the dormitory all day long. She would often pull Ching Ching aside from time to time and ask, "Ching Ching, am I being too selfish? Why didn't I say anything when Li Yundong took the initiative to take responsibility for everything?" "Nana, don't think too much about it," Ching Ching said patiently. "You can't blame yourself for this, and neither can Li Yundong." It was Director Qian who made it clear that he was looking for trouble with Li Yundong. There was nothing we could do to help. Feng Na sat on the bed, hugging her knees. She was silent for a long time. Suddenly, she got off the bed and began to change her clothes. Ching Ching, who was surfing the internet, turned her head to look at Feng Na. "You're finally going out?" Feng Na's expression was solemn and serious. She ignored Ching Ching and continued to tidy up her clothes. Ching Ching noticed that something was wrong with Feng Na. "Hey, what are you going to do?" she asked in surprise. Why, you're not going to tell the teacher that it was you who did this and that it had nothing to do with Li Yundong, are you? Feng Na's lips were still tightly pursed, and she did not say a word. Ching Ching walked up to Feng Na and grabbed her arm. Are you really going to go? She said. Are you crazy? The school committee is in a meeting right now. Who are you going to talk to? Feng Na bit her lip. The principal is back today, she said. I believe that he will deal with this impartially. Don't you know the principal? Ching Ching said loudly. You're jackals of the same lair. You're ruining your own future. Feng Na lowered her head, a pained expression on her face. After a long silence, she raised her head and said slowly but firmly, Ching Ching, there are some things that you will regret for the rest of your life if you don't do them. Even if you achieve great things in the future, you will still regret it for the rest of your life. Ching Ching was stunned. She watched as Feng Na combed her hair, straightened her clothes, and put on her shoes. Just as Feng Na was about to step out of the door, Ching Ching suddenly grabbed her. Wait, she said. I'll go with you. Feng Na was shocked. You? Ching Ching smiled. What? You're the only one who can play the hero, and I'm not allowed to be in the limelight. Feng Na was touched by Ching Ching's gesture, but she still said, sisters are the best when it comes to important times. Ching Ching pursed her lips into a smile. Don't be so smug, she said. I only went there because of Li Yundong. If he knew that you stood up for him, he might be touched and take you into his room. Wouldn't I die of jealousy then? Feng Na burst into laughter. Then, she reached out to pinch Ching Ching's breasts. You big-breasted, brainless woman. All you know is to be jealous. Go to hell. The two of them joked around for a while until they arrived at the door of the conference room on the third floor of the main building. Feng Na and Ching Ching exchanged glances. Just as they were about to enter the conference room, the door was flung open with a loud bang. Director Qian rushed out of the room, his face flushed with anger. Like a gust of wind, Director Qian brushed past Feng Na and Ching Ching, causing them to stumble over each other. The two girls stared blankly at Director Qian as he passed them. Is the meeting over? Feng Na asked. Don't tell me the results are out already? Ching Ching asked in horror. The two girls couldn't help but turn to look at the conference room. They saw a group of teachers surrounding a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes, their faces full of flattery. One of the teachers, an old man with a head full of silver hair, was shaking hands with the middle-aged man. Director Sun, you really do care about our subordinate units, the old man said in a booming voice. You're so busy every day, but you still came all the way here to deal with such a small matter. Don't worry, we'll definitely nurture a good student like Li Yundong. We won't let you down. Feng Na and Ching Ching didn't know how to respond to Li Yundong's words, but when they heard Li Yundong's name, their ears perked up at the same time. Then, they looked at each other in surprise. Li Yundong's matter has been settled? Who was the one who settled this matter? Was it Zhou Qin? To quickly find this site, please Baidu. Songnian Literature website. Chapter 127. Go to WatchNet. Feng Na and Ching Ching were in a daze for a while. Ching Ching pulled Feng Na into the corner of the stairs of the teaching building to hide from the teachers who were walking down in groups. Go to WatchNet. 7KOM. Rainbow caret asterisk 1 underscore _Schweppercent super hashtag speed. Update. Ching Ching whispered, Nana, no matter what, the matter with Li Yundong is finally over. I believe there will be news today or tomorrow. Why don't we inform Li Yundong first and let him know the good news first? Feng Na was delighted at first. Okay. But soon, her face fell. His cell phone hasn't been turned on for hundreds of years. How am I supposed to inform him? Ching Ching thought for a moment and said, Tell Zhou Qin. She should have a way. By the way, did Zhou Qin settle the matter? Zhou Qin was driving to school at this time. Suddenly, she saw her new cell phone vibrate in the SIM card holder of the car. She plugged her earplugs and pressed the answer button. "Hello?" Feng Na said, "Zhou Qin." "This is Feng Na." Zhou Qin answered, "Yes, what's the matter?" Feng Na suppressed her joy and said loudly, "Zhou Qin, did you help Li Yundong settle the matter in the small auditorium?" Zhou Qin's car jerked violently on the road. Zhou Qin stopped the car on the side of the road with a squeak. She was stunned for a moment. "Me? No. Wait, what did you say? You said Li Yundong's matter has been settled?" Feng Na glanced at Ching Cheng in shock and whispered, "It's not her." Ching Cheng was in a daze. If it's not Zhou Qin, then who? At the same time, a black car with a red flag was parked at the gate of Tiannan University. Although the model was not as beautiful as the luxury cars abroad, the hard black lines made it look solemn and grand. Zi Yuan, who was sitting in the car, was wearing a white dress that was no different from that of ordinary people. She held a mobile phone in her hand and was talking to someone. A clear voice of a middle-aged man came from the phone. "Immortal Master Zi Yuan, I have done what you asked me to do." Zi Yuan's voice was as cold as ever. She said lightly, "Well, I see. I will write it down for you when I get back." The middle-aged man's voice suddenly became somewhat agitated. "Thank you so much, I..." Without waiting for him to finish, Zi Yuan hung up the phone without saying a word. Ruan Hongling, who was sitting in the driver's seat next to her, looked at her Shiji with admiration. "Sister Zi Yuan, why are you so smart? Do you know how to use this method to lure me out?" Why didn't I think of using my sex power in the secular world to investigate that guy's background?" Zi Yuan glanced at Ruan Hongling and smiled slightly. "Hongling, we cultivators can't always rely on our own strength and the background of our sect to run amok in the mortal world. We have to use our brains when doing things. Don't be impatient and irritable. Watch net." Ruan Hongling had a stubborn personality. She wouldn't listen to anyone but her senior sister. She nodded and said, "Then when that guy comes, we'll take action?" Zi Yuan shook her head. "There's no hurry. Let's observe first." Ruan Hongling said angrily, "What's there to observe? Such a lecherous person who helps the wicked and goes with demons should be eradicated immediately." Zi Yuan's gaze suddenly became very stern. She stared at Ruan Hongling and said sternly, "If you say such hostile words again, you will go back to the sect and not be allowed to leave the mountain for a year." Ruan Hongling had rarely seen Zi Yuan so angry. She was immediately frightened and nodded blankly, not daring to say a word. But when she came to her senses, she felt very wronged and sad. Tears welled up in her eyes as she thought, "Sister Zi Yuan has never been so fierce to me before. How could she be so fierce to me for the successor of Jindan? Is that psalm really that important to her?" The two of them sat silently in the car. Although the sun was very hot outside and the air conditioner was not turned on in the car, there was not a drop of sweat on their bodies. On the contrary, there was a faint white mist surrounding their bodies, which made them look ethereal and mysterious. Li Yundong stayed in the temporary hotel until the third day. For the umpteenth time, he went downstairs to the bank to check his bank card. Suddenly, he found good news and bad news. The good news was that his parents had finally sent the money. But the bad news was that because his bank card was overdrawn, the money would be used as the bank's repayment amount. He couldn't withdraw a penny. Li Yundong held his head and squatted next to the tea machine in pain. He wanted to cry but had no tears. "What can I do? My parents won't be able to send money next month, and I still have to pay the bank. If I don't pay it back, I'll be in big trouble. Food, clothing, housing, and transportation with the little girl are all money. What a tragedy." A dignified successor of Jindan, a strong man who could take the magical item of an inner disciple of the Jingyi school with his bare hands, actually had no money to live. A penny stumped a hero. The ancients were not deceiving me. Mother, what should I do? Isn't this forcing a good girl to be a prostitute? Damn, what should I do? Do I have to be shameless enough to borrow money? But who can I borrow it from? Li Yundong was so depressed that he walked back with his head down. When he reached the door of the hotel, he heard Su Chan talking in the room. Go to the internet. Li Yundong was shocked. He thought that someone had come in, so he rushed into the door to have a look. He saw Su Chan holding the phone and turning to look at him. The little girl said loudly into the phone, "He's back. You can talk to him yourself." Li Yundong walked up to the little girl and silently mouthed, "Zhou Qin." The little girl shook her head. Li Yundong picked up the phone doubtfully and said, "Hello?" Feng Na's voice came through the phone. "Oh, hello, Mr. Li, my young Master Li. I finally found you." Li Yundong said lazily, "What's the matter? Miss Feng? How did you know that you could find me with this phone? Zhou Qin told you?" Feng Na giggled. She was obviously in a good mood. Who else could it be? I'm not joking with you. Hey, I'm telling you, you have to come to school quickly. There's something very, very important. Li Yundong snorted coldly. Are you going to publicly announce that I'm being fired? Feng Na and Ching Ching laughed loudly on the other end of the phone. It sounded like they were enjoying a prank. Li Yundong couldn't help but say angrily, "Hey, you two heartless people. You know that I'm going to be fired. Are you happy?" Feng Na and Ching Ching laughed even harder. Li Yundong took the phone out of his ear and held it like a walkie-talkie. "Hey, did you call to make fun of me? That's enough. I'm going to hang up." Feng Na didn't dare to laugh anymore. She held back her laughter and said loudly, Hey, don't hang up. Don't hang up. It's a good thing." Li Yundong was so angry that his nose was crooked. "Hey, is it a good thing for me to be fired? Are you trying to piss me off?" Feng Na couldn't help but giggle again. No. Who said you were fired? Hurry up and come to school. You're all right now. You've been acquitted." Li Yundong was surprised and overjoyed. He couldn't believe his ears. What did you say?" "Your matter has been settled," Feng Na said loudly. "I heard it with my own ears just now." Li Yundong couldn't help but be ecstatic. This was really a life-saving straw for a drowning man. "Really?" he asked loudly. "You're not lying to me, are you?" Feng Na giggled. "How could I lie to you about something like this? You took the blame for me back then, didn't you?" Li Yundong laughed like a villain who had achieved his goal. "God bless me. My parents' source of income will finally be able to continue for a while." Li Yundong laughed for a while, then coughed dryly and said in a strange tone, "Oh, they were the ones who said they were going to be fired. Now they're the ones who said they weren't going to be fired. This is really putting me in a difficult position." Feng Na and Ching Ching couldn't help but burst into laughter again. Ching Ching came up to Li Yundong and said with a smile, "Li Yundong, don't act like you've been cheated. Hurry up and treat us to dinner." Li Yundong's heart trembled as soon as he heard that. He was now a negative asset, and he only had a few red notes in his pocket. How could he afford to treat them? Thinking of this, Li Yundong couldn't help but smile bitterly. Poverty really stunts ambition. The little girl was right. If you haven't heard the Tao, it's difficult to follow the law. If you've heard the Tao, it's difficult to follow the law. Where am I going to get the money? Alas, if it were just me, it would be okay. But what about the little girl? It's really difficult to keep a beautiful woman as a mistress these days. Li Yundong's heart was in a mess. Fortunately, Li Yundong was broad-minded. This kind of thing only lasted for a while before he put it aside. Holding the phone, he pretended to be angry and said, "What? I'm treating you to dinner. If I hadn't stood up for you, you too would still be carrying punishment." Hurry up, come over and take me to your place. Otherwise, I'm telling you, I'm not going back. Ching Cheng was flustered and exasperated. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Feng Na push her away and say over the phone, "Okay, okay. Where are you now? We'll come over to pick you up." Li Yundong chuckled and told her where he was staying over the phone. "Okay, wait for me there," Feng Na said. Li Yundong hung up the phone. He was in a good mood. He stretched and said, "Can we go out now, girl? It's been 3 days, and there hasn't been any movement." Su Chan was, after all, inexperienced and not vigilant enough. She thought for a moment and said, "Okay, let's go out and take a look. It's not good to keep hiding like this." About 15 minutes later, Su Chan's phone rang again. Li Yundong and the little girl went downstairs, only to see Ching Ching poking her head out of the taxi and greeting them. "Hey, over here, over here." Feng Na opened the door of the back seat for Li Yundong, then stepped aside. Li Yundong and the little girl got into the back seat. As soon as they sat down, Feng Na smiled and said, "Hey, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" As soon as Li Yundong heard this, he was depressed. He thought to himself, "I've already experienced 2 pieces of good news and 1 piece of bad news when I withdrew money before." Li Yundong looked at her warily. "You're not going to tell me that the good news is that the university won't expel me, and the bad news is that the Public Security Bureau is going to take me away, are you?" Ching Cheng and Feng Na burst into laughter at the same time. Ching Cheng held her stomach and turned her head to the side, wiping away her tears. "Li Yundong, you're so funny," she said. "Hey, seriously, Tiannan University is so boring without you." Li Yundong was pretty familiar with Ching Cheng. Ignoring the fact that she was his senior, he slapped Ching Cheng on the head. "Hey, don't gloat over my misfortune. Hurry up and tell me what you mean," Ching Cheng said. Feng Na laughed. "The good news is that not only did the university not expel you, but they also reproved your exam qualifications for other subjects." Hearing this, Li Yundong was pleasantly surprised. "Really? Holy sh*t. Who's so awesome? They turned the tide and set things right." Feng Na chuckled. "Don't get too excited yet. There's another bad news." Li Yundong became vigilant again. "What's the bad news?" Feng Na pursed her lips and smiled. "The bad news is the final exam starts the day after tomorrow." Holy sh*t. Li Yundong's vision went black and he almost fainted. He rolled his eyes and took a long time to catch his breath. He said angrily, "What? What did you say?" "The final exam is the day after tomorrow. I haven't even reviewed a single subject." "Are you kidding me?" Ching Cheng, who was sitting in the front row, laughed. "The other good news is that you have at least 1 day to review." Li Yundong almost went crazy. "This is F***king good news? Are you kidding me?" Last week, number 8 on the top flowers list. Happy reading. OM/. Chapter 128. Go to Watch Network. When Li Yundong returned to campus, he noticed that the students around him were standing not far from him, looking as if they had not seen him for centuries. They were all pointing fingers at him. The boys were smiling meaningfully, and the girls were giggling. "Damn it," Li Yundong murmured. "Looks like the whole school has heard about this." Feng Na covered her mouth and laughed. "How could it not have? Your story has already been posted on the campus forum to the 8,000th comment." Li Yundong laughed. "What a bunch of idiots." Li Yundong laughed. "What a bunch of idiots." Ching Ching covered her mouth and snickered, but said nothing. The news of Li Yundong's return to campus quickly spread to the teachers. Each and every one of them stared at Li Yundong strangely, as if they could not understand why he had such a powerful background. The principal, Feng Yubin, immediately organized a school-wide meeting. He held Li Yundong's hand on the rostrum and asked him about his well-being. He also promised Li Yundong that this kind of injustice would never happen again. He also thanked Li Yundong again and again for his contribution to the school shooting case. To Li Yundong's amazement, the principal, on behalf of the school board, had awarded him with an honorary Red Flag of Honor for acting bravely in a just cause. Li Yundong did not know whether to laugh or cry. The one who presented the Red Flag of Honor was Director Qian. The smiling director handed the red flag to Li Yundong, praising Li Yundong as if it was a matter of course. He said that Li Yundong was the pride of Tiannan University and would be recorded in the school's history in the future. Li Yundong, of course, did not believe such hypocritical words. He said a few more polite words, then walked down the rostrum to the applause of the whole school. Feng Na came up to him and winked at him. "Hey, are you going to treat me to a meal now?" Li Yundong rolled his eyes at her and tossed the red flag into her arms. "I'm giving it to you," he said. "What's the use of this thing? Is it even enough to pay for a meal? Seriously, why don't you give me a bonus?" Sun Li, the class monitor, who was standing next to Li Yundong, laughed. "Seriously? You only care about money?" Li Yundong sighed. "I almost fell asleep on the road." "Yundong, are we out of money?" Su Chan asked weakly. Only then did Li Yundong remember that Su Chan was still by his side. He turned around and patted her, pretending to be angry. "Don't interrupt when adults are talking." Su Chan pouted and said, "Oh." Then she stopped talking. Watch net. 7 KOM. Rainbow caret asterisk literature underscore learning % super hashtag speed. Update. Feng Na, on the other hand, looked at Li Yundong thoughtfully, and secretly made up her mind. When the meeting was finally over, Li Yundong returned to the classroom. He grabbed Sun Li by the arm and asked, "Class rep, can I take a look at your notes on the other exam subjects?" Sun Li sneered, "Yo, you don't usually burn incense, but you're here to make a last-minute cradle." Li Yundong smiled shyly and said, "Class rep, good class rep, you can't just leave me in the lurch. There are hundreds of them, how can I see them all? Please do me a favor and do me a favor." Sun Li giggled and said, "How can it be as exaggerated as a few hundred? There are only a dozen of them." Li Yundong yelled in an exaggerated voice, "A dozen of them is scary enough. I only have a day to read so many teaching materials, how can I finish reading them all?" Sun Li tilted her head and thought for a moment. "Fine," she said. "Since you brought glory to the class, I'll go look for them for you. You wait here." Li Yundong was overjoyed. "Class rep, you're my savior," he said, bowing deeply. "I'm counting on you for the rest of my life." Sun Li blushed and said, "What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Wait here. I'll be back in a minute." After Sun Li left, Su Chan whispered to Li Yundong, "Yundong, why do you have to study?" Li Yundong sighed. "You really don't know how expensive rice and fuel are until you take charge of the household. If I quit school, my parents will find out next month. Then I'll have no source of income." Su Chan blinked and asked, "Haven't you already found a job?" Li Yundong sighed again. "Do you really think it's that easy?" Li Yundong thought. "President Chao looks like she wants to have a thing with me. And this woman is so seductive. How am I supposed to go to school? What if I lose control one day? All of my efforts will go down the drain." Su Chan saw that Li Yundong was in trouble, so she didn't ask any more questions. She just sat there quietly and snuggled up to him. Go to reading net. 7 KOM. Sun Li returned to the classroom 10 minutes later. She was holding a thick stack of notebooks in her arms. They were at least a foot tall. Li Yundong sucked in a breath of cold air and leaned back unconsciously. His face was full of horror. "F***, no way," he said. "So many? Isn't this going to take me 8 to 10 years to read? Sun Li slammed the stack of notebooks down in front of Li Yundong. These are just the tables of contents, she said. Li Yundong almost flipped over in his seat. He stared blankly and stammered, "Are you exaggerating? Do you think this is Stephen Chow's The Deer and the Cauldron?" Sun Li burst into laughter. "I was kidding. Here are the contents of the test, / Li Yundong stared at the pile of notebooks with a bitter look on his face. There are so many of them. How am I supposed to read them all? Sun Li clapped her hands and said, "Well, that's your problem then. I've finally helped you out. The rest is none of my business." Li Yundong cupped his hands at Sun Li. "All right, thank you. But where did you get all these notebooks from? Don't you need to read them?" Sun Li looked at Li Yundong, shook her head, and sighed. "Do you really think that all the other students are like you? Unparalleled heroes? We've already read all the notebooks we need to read." Suddenly, Sun Li giggled. "You have no idea how excited the girls in the girls' dorm were when they heard that you wanted to borrow their notebooks. They even took out their treasured notebooks. TSK, TSK. You really are the most charming of them all. I'm impressed. By the way, there are a lot of notebooks here. Make sure you don't ruin them. You'll have to return them to them." Sun Li, the Sichuan hot chili pepper, had a mischievous glint in her eyes. She walked away, humming a little tune as she swayed her braided hair. Li Yundong stared at the huge pile of notebooks with a frown on his face. He felt a headache coming on. Forget it. Worst comes to worst, I'll just stay up all night. Didn't I have a photographic memory? Li Yundong gritted his teeth and swore inwardly. Li Yundong hugged the stack of notebooks with a look of valiance on his face. "Girl, you lead the way." He yelled at Su Chan, "I'm going to burn the midnight oil tonight." Su Chan giggled. "Okay, sir." Then, she skipped to the front. The two of them were completely oblivious to the fact that Zi Yuan and Ruan Hongling had been watching them the whole time. As soon as Ruan Hongling saw Li Yundong, she was filled with anger and fear. Zi Yuan, on the other hand, was staring at Li Yundong in confusion, as if she couldn't figure out what was going on. After they got in the car and returned to their residence, Zi Yuan said to Ruan Hongling, "Hongling, you're wrong again." "What am I wrong about?" Ruan Hongling asked in confusion. Zi Yuan said lightly, "This man and this demon are both children. Can't you see that?" "What?" Ruan Hongling exclaimed. "How is that possible?" Zi Yuan looked at Ruan Hongling and sighed. "Hongling," she said, "I told you, you can't judge people based on your own likes and dislikes. You have to observe them more. Look at the two of them. The girl's eyebrows are tightly furrowed, her pelvis is tightly closed, and her buttocks are tight. Her legs are sealed like iron gates, and it's hard to get a finger through the gap between her thighs. Look at the way she walks. You can tell that she's a virgin. Look at Li Yundong. Why was he able to take your magical item with his bare hands? Now it's clear that this man is also a virgin. The blood of a virgin in his body is the most young thing in the world. It can break your magical item. Everything has its vanquisher. Therefore, it's not surprising that he took it with his bare hands." Only then did Ruan Hongling understand, and the fear in her eyes gradually disappeared. She patted her chest and said, "I was wondering why he was so powerful. Even Master couldn't take my magical item with his bare hands. Damn it, I was scared by him, so I turned around and ran away. If I had known, I would have been able to take them down by myself." Zi Yuan frowned and said unhappily, "Hongling, why are you saying that again? You underestimate the enemy. You don't have a magical item, and your cultivation is not good enough. How can you fight with him? Moreover, this man is a virgin. How can you infer that he is a pervert based on your own likes and dislikes? Moreover, learning the immortal method is not for you to show off and fight fiercely. You are really reckless." Ruan Hongling pouted and looked unconvinced. She snorted in her heart, if learning the immortal method is not used to enforce justice on behalf of heaven, then what's the use of learning it? This successor of Jin Dan is your future lover, so you naturally have to speak up for him. Humph, you take this saying so seriously. Zi Yuan knew her shimmy very well. Although she couldn't really probe into her mind to understand what she was thinking, she could more or less understand something from her eyes. Zi Yuan didn't refute Ruan Hongling's unspoken thoughts. Her thoughts drifted far away, as if she had returned to the scene 10 years ago. She vaguely remembered that she was still a little girl of 8 or 9 years old. That day, Master had taken her to the top of the mountain and looked down at the world and the vast sea of clouds. Zi Yuan, do you know that you can see your past and present lives here? Although Master had lived for almost 200 years, he was still so handsome and sage-like. He pointed to the Fengshan stone on the top of the mountain and said with a smile. How had she answered at that time? Yes, it seemed that she had answered like this, Master, my past life is in the past and can't be reversed. I just want to know what will happen in this life. At that time, Master had laughed. He had raised his hand and broken a branch of a pine tree. Using the sea of clouds as an inkstone and the morning glow as a pen and ink, he had written a psalm on the Fengshan stone. After writing the psalm, Master had pointed to it and said to her, your fate in this life is in it. At that time, she had looked at this huge Fengshan stone and found that it was engraved with cursive characters written in colorful clouds. It was unrestrained and majestic. When Jin Dan appears, the fate of the world is determined. When the thunder first strikes, the truth is revealed. She had read the first sentence of this psalm and raised her head to ask Master, what does it mean when Jin Dan appears, the fate of the world is determined? At that time, Master had stroked her head lovingly and said with emotion, it means that on the day Jin Dan appears, your Mr. Right will appear. Mr. Right? But if I don't know him, why should I recognize him as my Mr. Right? Why do we have to know each other? Zi Yuan. But if I hate this person very much, or if I don't have any feelings for this person, what should I do? Why would I fall in love with him? Zi Yuan, don't ask me why now. You can find out for yourself in the future. And you have to remember, this is fate. Fate doesn't care about why. There's no right or wrong in fate. The point is, this is your fate. Zi Yuan let out a long sigh, her eyes blurred and confused. She whispered in her heart, Master, I have already seen the successor of Jin Dan. As I said back then, I don't have any feelings for him. He is no ordinary person. But why does Master say that he is my fate? Why on earth? Zi Yuan looked ahead in a daze. She unconsciously murmured, let's wait and see. Why on earth? Happy reading. OM/. Chapter 129. Go to CNET. Li Yundong returned to the hotel with a pile of notes. He only opened a few of them for a while, then smiled bitterly. Go to CNET. 7K O-/ The notes were all from his female classmates, and some of the girls knew that he wanted to borrow them, so they boldly wrote confessions in the notebooks. Li Yundong forced himself to skip the content and read on. After reading for a while, he felt his head swell. Even though he had achieved success in qi cultivation and had a photographic memory, how could he read so much? During the Three Kingdoms period, Zhang Song had a photographic memory and forced Cao Cao to burn his copy of Meng Da's new book. But how big were the characters in ancient times? How big were the characters now? Zhang Song read a paragraph of Meng Da's new book, at most a few thousand words, but this notebook had at least 100,000 words. Li Yundong counted the number of notes. There were a total of 12 books. Nearly 1,000,000 words. How could he read it? Wouldn't it kill him? Li Yundong groaned and fell onto the bed, holding the notebook. Su Chan watched him memorize. Because the room was small, she didn't want to disturb Li Yundong, so she couldn't do anything. The more she sat, the more bored she became. After a while, Su Chan knelt in front of Li Yundong pitifully, pulled his sleeve and said, "Sir, I miss home." Li Yundong was not in the mood to memorize. He sighed and said, "I miss home too." Su Chan thought for a moment and said weakly, "Why don't we go back and have a look?" Li Yundong smiled and said, "Aren't you afraid that your enemies will come to find you?" Su Chan shook Li Yundong's arm and said, "Let's go back and have dinner. It should be fine, right? I miss your food." Li Yundong thought for a moment and said, "Well, let's go back and have a look. It's been a few days, so it should be fine, right?" The two young boys and girls discussed for a while, then secretly left the hotel, secretly took a taxi, and secretly went to Hongqing New District. Then they sneaked back to the home they had been away from for a few days. Go to CNET. As soon as they entered the house, Li Yundong glanced at the broken glass table on the ground. He sighed. Home is still the best. Su Chan also sighed. Yeah. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Although they had not lived here for a long time, they had already regarded this place as their home. Little Fox searched the house carefully and vigilantly. When she didn't find anything out of the ordinary, she leaped onto her bed and rolled around. Home is still the most comfortable, she said in a silly voice. Li Yundong swept up the scattered glass fragments on the ground and said, "Of course. How can they be compared?" Su Chan rolled around on the bed for a while, hugging the pillow. Seeing that there was no movement in the living room, she quietly got up and looked into the living room. She saw Li Yundong lying on the sofa, memorizing notes. Su Chan was unhappy. She ran up to him and said coquettishly, "Oh, you said you'd come back to cook for me." Li Yundong pointed at the kitchen. "Isn't there one in the fridge?" "I'm busy. The exam is the day after tomorrow. Do you want me to put up a red light?" Su Chan shook Li Yundong's hand. No. I want to eat the food you made for me. The hot, steaming food. I don't want to eat cold food." Li Yundong put down the notebook in his hand and looked at Su Chan. "Praise me," he said. "I'll go." Su Chan giggled and kissed Li Yundong's cheek. "You're the best, sir. I like you the most." "No," Li Yundong said with a straight face. "That's too cliché. I'm sick of it." Su Chan pouted and thought for a moment. Then, she smiled. "You love me the most, sir. You'll go, okay?" "No," Li Yundong said, feigning anger. "You're getting more and more perfunctory. If you want to praise me, just praise me, okay?" Su Chan lowered her head, feeling wronged. But then, she suddenly thought of something and threw herself in front of Li Yundong. She smiled like a flower and said, "Sir, your girl is so beautiful. You're so lucky." Li Yundong burst out laughing. He threw away the notebook in his hand, held the little girl in his arms, and kissed her hard. He rubbed the little girl's nose lovingly with his nose. "Well, you're so cunning. That works too. I'll go make you something delicious." Su Chan laughed happily. "You're the best, sir." Li Yundong smiled. "You're so obedient and beautiful. Of course I have to be good to her." Su Chan giggled and pulled Li Yundong up from the sofa. "I'll help you. Go watch the net." Li Yundong was shocked. "Don't. Stay in the living room and watch TV. Don't go into the kitchen, please." Su Chan puffed her cheeks and said, "You're so annoying. Hurry up." Li Yundong put on his apron with a smile. "Okay, I'll show you what it means to be as fast as lightning." 20 minutes later, Li Yundong had made 3 dishes and a soup. Although the dishes were just home-cooked dishes and weren't very sumptuous, Li Yundong and Su Chan ate happily. The warmth of the meal was far more than what they had in the hotel. After dinner, Li Yundong continued to lie on the sofa and study his notes. Su Chan leaned against him and said in a sweet voice, "Yundong, I don't want to go back to the hotel. I still want to stay here. Li Yundong put down the notes in his hand. Aren't you afraid that your enemies will come to find you? Su Chan said with a sad face, I'm afraid. But I don't want to leave. What should I do? Li Yundong thought for a moment. Then, he smiled and said, didn't you say that there's a rule in the cultivation world that you can't offend ordinary people? Su Chan nodded. Yes. Li Yundong tapped his nose. Then, I haven't reached the Zhuji phase yet. Am I a cultivator? Su Chan thought for a moment. Probably not. Li Yundong clapped his hands and said with a smile, isn't that right? Since I'm not a cultivator, then they shouldn't come to me. We'll close the doors and windows tightly. They won't force their way in, will they? Su Chan blinked. She felt that there was something wrong with Li Yundong's idea, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. After all, she was inexperienced. How could she know that Li Yundong's idea was not only naive but also stupid? Su Chan thought for a moment and reluctantly agreed to Li Yundong's idea. The two of them snuggled up in the living room. Su Chan leaned against the sofa and sat on the carpet, her head pillowed on Li Yundong's belly. Li Yundong was still holding his notebook and reading like crazy, burning the midnight oil. The day of the final exam came, and Li Yundong finally finished reading all the notes. He hadn't closed his eyes for more than a day. His brain was severely overdrawn, and there were dark circles under his eyes, which made Su Chan's heart ache. When they arrived at school and sat down in the classroom, Zhou Qin, who happened to be next to Li Yundong, was startled. She stared at Li Yundong with wide eyes and thought to herself, did the two of them go too far? Did they end up like this? Thinking of this, Zhou Qin couldn't help but feel a sharp pain in her heart. Li Yundong felt a little creeped out by Zhou Qin's gaze. He unconsciously reached out and touched his face. Is there something wrong with my face? Zhou Qin's expression was strange. There's nothing wrong with your face, but why do you look like a dying person? Your eyes are dark. Didn't you look in the mirror? Li Yundong held his head in pain. Don't mention it. There are so many notes. My head is about to explode. As he said this, Li Yundong made a hand gesture. There are so many notes. I'll finish reading them in 2 nights. Do you think I won't have dark circles under my eyes? Only then did Zhou Qin understand, and the pain in her heart eased a little. She opened her mouth and was about to speak, but suddenly, an invigilator walked in with a stack of exam papers under his arm and said in a dignified voice, "Students, please be quiet. The exam will begin next." With a walla sound, all the students in the classroom put away their things one after another and sat up straight. Li Yundong and Zhou Qin also stopped talking. Li Yundong took out the exam pen and subconsciously glanced out of the window. Su Chan, who was waiting for Li Yundong outside the window, smiled and waved at him. Li Yundong also smiled at her, then took a deep breath and waited for the exam to begin as if he was facing a formidable enemy. After the exam papers were handed out, the invigilator sat on the podium and picked up a newspaper to read. Li Yundong was very puzzled by his attitude. Why is the invigilator so lax this time? Not only is there only one teacher, but he's also reading the newspaper. In the past, these teachers were like ghosts. They were ruthless when it came to arresting people. But when Li Yundong withdrew his gaze, he suddenly saw a student in the front row flipping through a small piece of paper under the table while doing questions. Li Yundong smacked his forehead and secretly regretted it. I'm so stupid. Why didn't I think of making a cheat sheet? If this isn't cheating, I'll be damned if I can pass. But soon, he saw another student not far away, flipping through a book under the table while doing questions. Li Yundong was stunned. Isn't this person a little too bold? Isn't she afraid of getting arrested for such a big book? The consequences of being arrested are very serious. Just as Li Yundong was in a state of shock, he suddenly heard the clear and loud sound of a book being flipped. Li Yundong turned his head, and suddenly, his eyes widened. He saw Zhou Qin place a book on his desk, flipping through it while doing questions. It was as if she didn't care about the invigilator at all. Li Yundong's eyes widened, and he thought to himself, is this too much? Is the exam for the descendants of high-ranking officials also this awesome? Li Yundong stared at Zhou Qin for a while. Seeing that she had no intention of avoiding the invigilator at all, he couldn't help but sneak a look at Zhou Qin's desk with his pen and whisper, "Hey, aren't you being too arrogant? You actually put the book on the desk to copy." Zhou Qin looked at Li Yundong with a stunned and puzzled expression. She said, "Today is an open book exam. Isn't it normal for me to flip through a book?" "What? An open book exam?" Li Yundong almost spat out 3 liters of blood. He said in exasperation, No one told me." Zhou Qin looked at Li Yundong's expression and tried to hold back her laughter. "Not only today, but tomorrow and the day after tomorrow will also be open book exams. Do you know why? It's because I'm taking care of you. You're really too important. F***CK. I didn't sleep for a day and 2 nights. You call this taking care of me?" Li Yundong burst into tears. Happy reading. OM/. Chapter 130. Please remember the domain name of this website. Or search on Baidu. Somnian Literature website. Even though Li Yundong had finished all the questions, he was still full of resentment. As soon as he walked out of the classroom, he saw Sun Li chatting happily with other students in the hallway. "Sun Li!" Li Yundong yelled as soon as he saw Sun Li. Sun Li screamed the moment she saw Li Yundong. Then, she turned and ran. Li Yundong was so angry that he ran after her. "Hey, stop right there." Sun Li pushed her way through the crowd, laughing as she ran. "Stop right there. You're messing with me, aren't you?" Li Yundong said angrily. "You didn't tell me it was an open book exam. You made me memorize all those notes." Sun Li laughed. "You're the one who doesn't show up all day. You don't even know what's going on at school. What does it have to do with me? Besides, you didn't ask." Li Yundong laughed angrily. "Then it's still my problem." He chased after her. The students in the hallway had no idea what was going on, so they parted to make way for him. Just as Li Yundong was about to catch up to her, Sun Li raised her head and saw Feng Na and Qing Qing walking towards them from a short distance away. Sun Li quickly hid behind Feng Na and yelled, "Senior, help! Someone's trying to murder us." Feng Na was shocked. She looked up and saw Li Yundong running over angrily. She asked in surprise, "What are you two doing?" Li Yundong realized that he couldn't just pin Sun Li down and beat her up. He took the opportunity to get off the stage and said to Feng Na, "Humph. Ask her." Sun Li whispered into Feng Na's ear. Feng Na burst into laughter. Qing Qing covered her mouth and snickered. Li Yundong glared at Sun Li. "How dare you laugh? You're gloating, aren't you?" Feng Na clutched her stomach and laughed. "Li Yundong, you're so cute." "Cute?" Li Yundong's face crumbled. He knew he wasn't going to get away with this. Fine. I'm scared of you guys. I'll get out of here, okay? Hey, I need to talk to you about something." Feng Na called out to him, trying hard not to laugh. By then, Su Chan had also caught up with them. She stared at Li Yundong, Sun Li, and the others in confusion. "Is there something you need from me?" Li Yundong snorted, looking very unhappy. "Let's talk while we walk." Looking around, Feng Na felt that the environment wasn't suitable, so she smiled. "Nothing important. I just wanted to have a meal with you." Li Yundong smiled and said, "You want to have dinner with me? Okay, I was wondering where I could get my lunch. However, I'll be thick-skinned and say something ugly. Hee, I don't have the money to treat you to a meal." Feng Na pursed her lips into a smile and said, "You don't have to." When they left the school building, they bumped into Zhou Qin at the bottom of the stairs. Zhou Qin was standing at the bottom of the stairs with her long hair draped over her shoulders. She was holding her textbook in her arms. She looked like a stalk of wintersweet that stood proudly in the snow. She was so beautiful that no one dared approach her. As soon as Zhou Qin saw Li Yundong, a smile broke out on her frosty face. She looked at Feng Na, then nodded at Su Chan with a smile. What are you guys going to do in such a mighty manner? Eat. Li Yundong laughed. He pointed at Feng Na and said, the rich lady is treating us today. I'm going to rip her off. Zhou Qin looked at Feng Na in confusion. She more or less understood what this senior of hers was thinking. What happened? Why are you treating us? Any girl would feel more or less pressured when facing Zhou Qin. This kind of pressure didn't just exist in terms of beauty, temperament, and figure. Zhou Qin's powerful family background would also have a certain impact on these girls. Feng Na didn't want to lose her cool in front of Zhou Qin. Her tone was a little provocative and angry. Do you really have to have something to do to treat us? Zhou Qin raised her eyebrows and was about to say something. Li Yundong saw that the two of them were going to go tit for tat, so he smiled and tried to smooth things over. Oh, this kind of thing is like Zhou Yu fighting Huang Gai. One is willing to fight, and the other is willing to suffer. What else is there to say? Come on, let's go eat. Feng Na and Zhou Qin no longer had the intention to target each other. A trace of sadness flashed in their eyes. Yes, one is willing to fight, and the other is willing to be beaten. It was they who volunteered to join the fight. Who is to blame? Feng Na thought. Su Chan rubbed her stomach and shouted in a sweet voice, "What are you guys doing here? My stomach is almost shriveled. Yundong, it's all your fault. You didn't come out earlier." Li Yundong smiled and pinched the girl's cheek. I haven't finished the questions. How could I come out, you little brat? The two of them laughed and joked around, making Feng Na and Zhou Qin feel much better. Zhou Qin opened her red lips and was about to speak when she saw Ding Nan suddenly walk over. Ding Nan's eyes were fixed on Zhou Qin. After staring at her for a long time, she smiled at Li Yundong and said, Li Yundong, long time no see. You're getting more and more famous now. Li Yundong smiled bitterly. Don't make fun of me. I'd rather not have this kind of name. Ding Nan looked at Feng Na and the others and smiled. Are you guys going to eat? Su Chan, who was completely unaware of the subtle relationship between the girls, shouted, Yeah. I'm starving. Why are you guys still standing here like idiots? Ding Nan smiled. Then let me pay for today's meal. Okay? Feng Na's face showed a hint of displeasure. Ding Nan was an extremely observant girl. She immediately smiled at Feng Na. Senior Feng Na, she said, this meal is my way of thanking Li Yundong for saving my life, okay? It's been so many days, and I still haven't thanked him properly. At this point, Feng Na couldn't insist. She smiled. Thank you for spending so much money, she said. So many of us have benefited from it. When Ding Nan suddenly stopped being sarcastic, she was indeed a very young and beautiful girl. She was tall and slim, with a sexy and slender figure. Her curves were curvy in all the right places. Even in her school uniform, she looked like a fashion model on the runway. Ding Nan smiled. Don't mention it. It's my honor. Well, let's go eat near the school first. We have exams in the afternoon. I'll treat you guys another day. Cheng Cheng, who had been silent all this time, pulled Feng Na aside and whispered, Hey, why do I feel like there's something wrong with Ding Nan? Me too, Feng Na said in a low voice. Especially her and Zhou Qin. It's so weird. The group of people walked toward the restaurant next to the school. Zhou Qin and Ding Nan seemed to have a tacit understanding and fell behind at the same time. Zhou Qin didn't even look at Ding Nan. She hugged the textbook in front of her chest tightly, as if she was afraid that someone would steal it. Ding Nan, what do you want? I've given you everything you deserve. Ding Nan didn't look at Zhou Qin either. The two used to be a pair, but now they seemed to have broken up. She stared at Li Yundong, who was not far away, and said flatly, nothing. I'm just here to join in the fun. Zhou Qin's cold face showed strong anger and disgust. What are you doing here? You're not welcome here. Ding Nan chuckled coldly. Zhou Qin, don't get me wrong, she said, pointing at Li Yundong, who was laughing and joking with Su Chan, you're just following him. What right do you have to criticize me? Ding Nan said, pointing at Li Yundong, who was laughing and joking with Su Chan. Zhou Qin sneered. You think you can steal Li Yundong? Before Ding Nan could say anything, the roar of a sports car suddenly came from the school gate. A black BMW X5 stopped not far away from Li Yundong, nearly crashing into him. The BMW rolled down its window, and a girl peeked out. She was a pretty girl with smoky makeup, which made her look very coquettish. The girl shouted at Li Yundong's back. F***CK. Don't you have eyes? Don't you know how to give way? Li Yundong turned his head and gave the girl a sidelong glance. Idiot. Do you have eyes on the back of your head? He retorted rudely. Flustered and exasperated, the girl turned around and yelled at the boy in the driver's seat, Young Master Lu, look at him. He's insulting me. Sitting in the driver's seat was a handsome young man. It was none other than Lu Chuan, the son of Lu Dekai. Lu Chuan's hands were shaking, and the corners of his eyes were twitching. Why did I have to run into this guy again? But the truth was, they were both students of the same school. It was normal for them to not bump into each other for a day, but it was only a matter of time before they ran into each other again. Seeing that Lu Chuan was silent, the girl couldn't help but look at him with disdain. Young Master Lu, you're not afraid of this guy, are you? Lu Chuan's nerves were instantly pricked. He shouted hysterically, you think I'm afraid of him? Who the hell does he think he is? The girl shouted. That's right. Let's go teach him a lesson. Damn it. How dare he act so arrogantly here? While they were talking, Li Yundong poked his head into the car and looked inside. He sneered. Oh, it's young Master Lu. What's the matter? You got a new car again? Li Yundong despised Lu Chuan very much. He had been slapped to the ground in public by young Master He, but he didn't even let out a fart. It really made Li Yundong speechless. Even though Lu Chuan hated Li Yundong to the core, he was still afraid of him. The scene at the school gate was still vivid in his mind, even now, when he closed his eyes, he could still remember it vividly. Lu Chuan's legs trembled uncontrollably. He forced himself to calm down and put on a fierce look. You, what are you doing? The girl next to him didn't notice Lu Chuan's fierce look. She got out of the car and pointed at Li Yundong. What the hell are you doing? Hurry up and apologize. Li Yundong sat on the hood of Lu Fei's car and looked at her with a sneer. Apologize? What did I do to you? The girl sneered. You're in our way. Get out of the way. A good dog doesn't stand in the way, you know? Before Li Yundong had time to get angry, Su Chan, Zhou Qin, Feng Na, Qing Cheng, and Ding Nan, the 5 girls, were all unhappy. They all glared at her. Su Chan shouted angrily, You're the dog. How dare you scold me like this? The girl was about to yell at them, but she turned her head and was immediately shocked. She saw that each of the girls was more beautiful than the other, and each of them had different temperaments. Any one of them was a rare beauty. The girl's imposing manner suddenly faltered, but at this time, there were already a lot of people around watching the fun. She was not willing to lose face like this, so she pointed at Li Yundong and sneered, Stand up. Do you know how much this car costs? Can you afford it if you break it? Li Yundong laughed and patted the car door next to Lu Chuan. Isn't it just a small BMW? I've seen a stretch Mercedes-Benz, haven't I, young Master Lu? Lu Chuan's face turned purple, and he was speechless. The girl sneered. Bullsh *T. Bullsh *T. He stood up, clapped his hands, and smiled at Su Chan. Forget it, he said. Let's go have dinner. Let's not argue with them. Su Chan nodded. Forget it. Let's go have dinner. We won't argue with them. The girls saw him turn around and walk away, surrounded by 4 beautiful girls. She felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. You don't even have a car, she said with a sneer. What are you trying to show off for? Li Yundong frowned and turned around to look at the girl. His eyes were as sharp as a knife. The girl was so scared that she took a step back, but she still straightened her neck and said loudly, Isn't that the case? As soon as the words left her mouth, the roar of an engine came from not far away. It was the engine of an authentic sports car. A fiery red Lamborghini convertible pulled up to the school gate. The outline of this small sports car was strong and powerful, rough and unrestrained, but in the car sat a beautiful woman wearing sunglasses. This beautiful woman had long brown wavy hair, and she wore a black strapless gown that contrasted sharply with the red car, revealing a deep cleavage on her chest, making her look hot and sexy. Li Yundong felt a headache coming on as soon as he saw the car and the sexy woman in it. Isn't that President Chow? What is she doing here? To quickly find this site, please Baidu. Songnian Literature website. Chapter 131. Go to WatchNet. Lu Chuan and the girls' eyes widened when they saw the car. The girls' eyes were filled with envy and greed. Lu Chuan stammered, Who is this woman? The girl said sourly, It must be a mistress. As she spoke, she forgot that she was also a mistress. Go to WatchNet. Go to WatchNet. Chow Kefi got out of the car and asked the boy next to her. She didn't take off her sunglasses, but the wide sunglasses accentuated her sexy, plump red lips. Hello, is Li Yundong studying in this school? As a pure and innocent student in an ivory tower, the boy had never seen such a sexy woman before. His eyes widened, and he couldn't speak for a long time. Chow Kefi frowned. Another girl asked the question. This girl was tempted by Chow Kefi's beauty, so she took a step back and pointed at Li Yundong. Chow Kefi turned her head and saw Li Yundong standing about 30 meters away from her. She was overjoyed. She got into the car and drove towards Li Yundong. But Lu Chuan's car was parked on the road, blocking her way. Chow Kefi had no choice but to stick her head out and yell, Hey, the car in front, please give way. Lu Chuan's heart thumped wildly when he saw the girl driving in his direction. He subconsciously adjusted his posture, then started the car and drove forward a little. He parked the car and was about to get out to get close to the girl when Chow Kefi got out of the car. She looked like a wife who hadn't seen her husband for a long time. Why did you skip work on the second day of work? She said coquettishly. It took me so long to find you. As soon as Chow Kefi finished her sentence, everyone around her immediately turned to look at Li Yundong in a strange light. Lu Chuan and the girl beside him were even more dumbfounded than Li Yundong. Li Yundong coughed awkwardly. This is President Chow, he said. I told you about her. You could say that she's my boss, right? Li Yundong added in his mind, even though she's not your direct boss. Li Yundong had disappeared without a trace for several days. Yin Mengfan was very mad. She had never seen anyone absent from work on the second day. Chow Kefi was even crazier than her. Chow Kefi had originally thought that she would be able to tease the little boy further the next day, but after waiting for a whole day, he still hadn't come to work. She couldn't help but feel flustered and began to let her imagination run wild. Did I act too impatient at the last meal and scare him? Chow Kefi thought. Or did he say something wrong or do something wrong? Chow Kefi, who had endured for a few more days, finally couldn't sit still anymore. She asked Yin Mengfan for Li Yundong's detailed information, and then drove to Li Yundong's university. When Chow Kefi found Li Yundong, she was so ecstatic that she even ignored the other people around Li Yundong. When everyone looked at her, she came to her senses. The smile on her face was much more reserved. She nodded to several female friends around Li Yundong and said, "Are you all Li Yundong's friends?" As she spoke, Chow Kefi's eyes suddenly fell on Zhou Qin. She was shocked and asked tentatively, "Zhou Qin?" Zhou Qin nodded politely to her. "Yes, you are Chow Kefi, President Chow, right?" Chow Kefi laughed and reached out to shake hands with Zhou Qin. "We met in a hurry at the last banquet. It's hard for you to remember me. Go to the internet. Literature." Zhou Qin smiled faintly and said, "President Chow, as a celebrity in the film and television circle in Tiannan City, you are so beautiful. Of course, I have a deep impression of you. Why did you come to see Li Yundong today?" Chow Kefi smiled and said, "My company has been busy recently, so I shamelessly asked President Yin to borrow Li Yundong for a few days." "Zhou Qin, you won't blame me, will you?" Zhou Qin was very reluctant to see Li Yundong deal with a socialite like Chow Kefi. She was secretly unhappy, but it was not appropriate for her to show it here. She smiled politely and said, "You are too polite, President Chow." Su Chan's big eyes looked at Zhou Qin and then at Chow Kefi. She moved closer to Li Yundong's ear and whispered, "Yundong, I'm hungry. Can we talk while we eat?" Li Yundong smiled and pinched her nose. His doting feelings were not hidden from others at all. Chow Kefi had been paying attention to Li Yundong's every move. She saw that although there were many beautiful women around Li Yundong, he was extremely intimate with Su Chan. He kept a certain distance from the others. She was shocked in her heart and thought, this must be Li Yundong's girlfriend. She is really beautiful. I have traveled all over the country over the years, but I have never seen such a pure and coquettish girl. No wonder Li Yundong loves her so much. Although Chow Kefi was jealous in her heart, Su Chan was so innocent and lovely that she couldn't feel jealous at all. She smiled apologetically at Su Chan and said, "You must be Li Yundong's girlfriend." Although Su Chan saw that Chow Kefi and Li Yundong looked intimate, she felt that there was a faint familiar aura on Chow Kefi's body, which made her not feel disgusted. Instead, she subconsciously felt a sense of closeness. She smiled brightly and said generously, "Yes, hello." Chow Kefi shook hands with Su Chan and praised, "What an outstanding beauty. If she were to make a movie, she would definitely be a hit." Li Yundong was secretly amused and thought to himself, Su Chan is a cultivator. Isn't it funny to ask her to make a movie? Moreover, this circle is so dark. I don't want my girl to get involved in this mess. Li Yundong said to Chow Kefi, "President Chow, what can I do for you today?" Chow Kefi just couldn't resist the desire in her heart, so she came to look for Li Yundong. What did she want? But if she couldn't answer now, she was afraid that she would be laughed at by these girls. She was the president of a dignified film and television company, but she had chased a little boy all the way to the school gate. If this got out, she was afraid that she would not be able to face the world in the future. See? Chow Kefi had an idea and showed a bitter smile. Alas, don't mention it. 2 big stars came to the company today, but I can't trust the people in the security department. After thinking about it, I can only find you. Chow Kefi looked at Li Yundong with pleading eyes. You won't leave me in the lurch, will you? Li Yundong hated this kind of look the most. He suddenly felt a headache. But I have an exam in the afternoon. Exam? Chow Kefi was stunned for a moment. She immediately took out her mobile phone and dialed a number. She directly called Principal Feng Yubin, then turned around and whispered a few words to him. When she turned back again, she smiled very proudly. Well, you don't have to take the exam. The school teachers will add your credits to the social internship credit. Go to see. 7 KOM. Literature. That works? Li Yundong's eyes widened. He smiled bitterly and said, you should have called me 2 days earlier. Chow Kefi didn't know that Li Yundong had been memorizing the books in the past 2 days. She thought that Li Yundong was blaming her for not contacting him 2 days earlier. For a moment, Chow Kefi was surprised and happy, like a little deer running around. Chow Kefi couldn't help beaming with joy and said, you agree? She then whispered, this kind of temporary outside work, the pay is very generous. Li Yundong's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't say anything. In view of the situation last time when Wan Hongling attacked Su Chan, Li Yundong really didn't dare to leave the girl alone. But he knew that he was really short of money at the moment. If there was a chance to make a fortune, he couldn't bear to miss it. After thinking for a long time, Li Yundong couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Damn it. If I had money, I wouldn't have to worry about so many trivial things. Li Yundong thought for a moment, then raised his head and said to Chow Kefi, are we leaving now? Chow Kefi nodded hurriedly. Yes. Li Yundong said, wait a minute. I have to discuss it with my girlfriend. As he said this, Li Yundong took Su Chan's hand and walked to the side, whispering, I'm going to help President Chow with something. Li Yundong looked embarrassed and didn't know what to say next. However, Su Chan was smart and clever. She guessed Li Yundong's difficulties and said softly, is it inconvenient to take me with you? Li Yundong looked at the little girl and saw the kindness and gentleness in her eyes. He was both moved and guilty. He held Su Chan's hand and said, Su Chan, I. Su Chan didn't wait for Li Yundong to finish and laughed. Yundong, you don't have to say anything. I understand. Now we are very short of money, right? You've been hiding it from me. Can't I see it? Yundong, go. A good man has ambitions. You don't have to worry about me. Li Yundong held the little girl tightly in his arms, loving her and saying, why are you so obedient? I love you so much. Girl, aren't you afraid that I'll run away with those rich women? Su Chan giggled. Her face was both innocent and sly, like a fox. She smiled and said, you're such a good girl. Are you willing to let me go? That's right. Of course not. Li Yundong loved Su Chan to the extreme. He was intimate with the little girl as if there was no one else around. He said, but if I'm not here, what if you meet an enemy? The little girl thought for a moment and carefully took out 2 paper talismans from her pocket. She kept one for herself and handed the other to Li Yundong. She whispered in a voice that only Li Yundong could hear, these are the 2 Thunder God talismans that my master left me to save my life. You keep one, and I keep the other. If you are in danger, use them. When I see the thunder strike, I will come to you. If you see a storm and thunder, come to me as soon as possible. Isn't that all right? Li Yundong took the talisman and looked at it. He saw that the talisman was dim yellow, like a page of an old calendar. It was thin and brittle. If he used a little force, the talisman would shatter. Li Yundong opened the talisman and saw that there were some strange symbols drawn on it. In the middle of the talisman, there were 4 murderous ancient seal characters, Heavenly Thunder punishes evil. As soon as these 4 words jumped into Li Yundong's sight, he felt a creepy sense of power and pressure hit him in the face, making all the hair on his body stand on end with a whoosh. Li Yundong was shocked. His hand trembled, and the talisman almost fell to the ground. Su Chan quickly pressed the talisman into Li Yundong's palm and said in a low voice, this is the Divine Thunder Talisman of the 5 Thunder spell. As long as you transfer the Yuanyang Qi in your body into this talisman, you can attract heavenly thunder, but... Su Chan tightened her grip on Li Yundong's hand, and her expression was surprisingly nervous and serious. You can't use this Divine Thunder Talisman to deal with secular mortals, let alone use it easily, because the power of heaven is unpredictable. Be careful not to attract thunder to kill the enemy, and instead attract heavenly thunder to yourself, causing an unexpected disaster. Li Yundong was infected by Su Chan's expression, and he couldn't help but look solemn. He carefully put away the talisman and said, "I know, you have to be more careful. By the way, it's not safe at home. Don't go back alone. You might as well find a place outside and wait for me." Li Yundong thought for a moment and smiled. "Why don't you go to the amusement park we went to last time and wait for me there?" As he said this, Li Yundong took out all the bills he had on him and stuffed them into the girl's pocket. After Su Chan finished explaining the important things, she looked at Li Yundong eagerly and said, "Then I'll wait for you there." Li Yundong smiled and said, "You can play as much as you want inside, but remember not to run around. Take your phone with you. Otherwise, I won't be able to find you." Su Chan shook her head. "I don't want to play anything without you to accompany me." Li Yundong stroked the girl's head lovingly and said, "Then I'll take you to play next time." Su Chan immediately beamed and stretched out her little finger. "That's what you said. Don't go back on your word, and don't cry out in the middle of the game like last time." Li Yundong chuckled and made a pinky promise with the little girl, then gave Su Chan a reluctant look. Only then did he walk over to Zhou Qin, Ding Nan, and the others, saying apologetically, "I'm sorry, I can't have lunch." When the girls saw that Li Yundong had even left his real girlfriend behind, they knew that he must have something important to do. They all smiled reasonably and said, "Go and do your thing." Li Yundong smiled and said, "Then I'll treat you next time." "I'm sorry this time." After saying goodbye to Zhou Qin, Feng Na, and the others, Li Yundong said to Chao Kefi, "President Chao, you've been waiting for a long time. Let's go now." Chao Kefi smiled and said, "Why do you make it sound like we're going to part forever?" After that, she got into the flashy Lamborghini. Li Yundong followed her into the passenger seat, and the two of them left quickly amid the roar of the engine. Only the boys at the school gate were left whispering to each other. "Who was that just now? I don't know her. She's so beautiful. She must be some rich woman. Hey, Li Yundong isn't a sugar daddy, is he? No way. He's not that kind of person, is he? Humph, do you really think there are people who won't bend over for money these days? Come on, no matter how handsome he is, do you think his face can be used to swipe a credit card? Sigh, why can't I be that rich woman who drives a sports car?" The inexperienced students were all talking about Li Yundong and Chao Kefi. It seemed that love was nothing in the face of worldly power. Lu Chuan stared at Li Yundong and Chao Kefi's backs as they walked away. His heart was bleeding with hatred. He just couldn't understand it. "I'm better looking than Li Yundong, and I'm richer than him. Why do so many beautiful women keep trying to get close to me?" "Humph," the girl beside Lu Chuan said with a bitter look on her face. "I thought you were so awesome, but in the end, you're just a sugar daddy." Lu Chuan turned his head and roared, "Get in the car." "Cut the crap." The girl was startled. She grumbled as she got into the car. But when she got into the car, the BMW X5, which she had thought was incomparably vain, now felt like a broken ox cart. Ding Nan stood next to Zhou Qin. The two sisters, who were usually inseparable, looked like they were in perfect harmony. Ding Nan sneered as she watched the Lamborghini disappear into the distance. "Did you see that, Zhou Qin? An unmarried, outstanding man is like a treasure without an owner. Any ambitious woman would want to take him for herself. This is war." Zhou Qin's gloomy eyes darkened even further. She gave Ding Nan a sidelong glance. "What are you trying to say?" Ding Nan smiled. "You know what I'm trying to say." After that, she turned around and left without saying goodbye to Feng Na, Ching Ching, and the others. She didn't even mention lunch. Li Yundong's departure left Feng Na and the others dispirited. Su Chan, on the other hand, stared blankly in the direction Li Yundong had left. She suddenly felt an emptiness in her heart. C/OM/ Chapter 132. Go to Watch Network. Chow Kefi and Li Yundong drove to the city center. Li Yundong saw that she didn't drive to the Dongxing building, so he asked, "Aren't we going to your company?" Chow Kefi smiled and said, "The company? That won't do." This time, Zhang Guozheng and Tan Fei came to Tiannan City in secret. "I'm only responsible for reception and security work. If I bring them to the company, those gossips will spread all over the world in less than 2 days. Go to the Kanban network. Hangzhouam look." Li Yundong was surprised and said, "Zhang Guozheng and Tan Fei? What are they doing in Tiannan City?" Chow Kefi looked at Li Yundong and said with a smile, "They are the male and female leads of a TV series I'm planning to shoot recently. They came here to have some fun." Li Yundong smiled and said, "What do you want me to do?" Chow Kefi sighed and said, "You saw it last time. The people who asked me for debts were very fierce. If anything goes wrong, I don't want to work in this industry anymore. These two are big shots, and I can't afford to offend them. If there is any grievance, you have to take care of it for me, right?" Li Yundong smiled and said, "I took money from others to eliminate disasters. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Chow Kefi looked at Li Yundong from time to time as she drove. She hadn't seen him for a few days, and she liked this little boy who was several years younger than her. She was so moved that she reached out to touch Li Yundong's cheek, ignoring that she was driving. Li Yundong was startled and pointed to the road ahead. "Look at the car." Chow Kefi was startled by Li Yundong's voice. She quickly turned her head and turned the steering wheel. The front of the Lamborghini shook a little and then returned to normal. Chow Kefi's cheeks were red, and her heart was beating wildly. She couldn't help blushing. She felt as if she had returned to her first love. "Why can't I help it when I think of him?" Chow Kefi stole a glance at Li Yundong, only to see that the boy seemed to be frightened by her actions just now. He sat a little farther away from her. She sighed in her heart. "I wasn't like this before," she thought to herself. Sigh, really, could it be that he was my nemesis in my previous life? Chow Kefi was absent-minded all the way. Li Yundong had a lot of questions to ask Chow Kefi, but he didn't dare to. He was afraid that if she was absent-minded, he would die a useless death. Watch Net. 7 KOM. See? Fortunately, they arrived at their destination without any mishaps. When he got out of the car, he saw that it was the Xingyuan International Hotel, where Zhou Qin had held her birthday party last time. The waiter's eyes lit up at the sight of the flashy and luxurious Lamborghini. He stepped forward and couldn't help but look Li Yundong up and down, secretly wondering who this young man was. Chow Kefi led him into the hall, then took him to the coffee shop. She found a relatively hidden seat against the wall and sat down. Chow Kefi smiled and said, "Sit for a while. I'll be right back." Li Yundong nodded and turned his head to look around. Chow Kefi walked to the women's restroom and called her secretary, "Hello, little Zhang." "Yes, it's me." "When will Zhang Guozheng and Tan Fei arrive? Will they be here soon? What about Delu, who is in charge of security?" No, don't look for him. Tell him that things have changed and he doesn't need to come." "Well, I changed someone else at the last minute." "What? Don't you know how to tell him? Do you want me to tell him? Do you want me to find someone who knows how to tell him?" Chow Kefi hung up the phone and scolded in a low voice, "Why are the girls nowadays so immature? How dare you ask me to tell him? Isn't this a joke? Why did I ask you to be my secretary?" Li Yundong waited in his seat for about 10 minutes, but Chow Kefi didn't come. He was really bored, so he took out the thunder talisman in his pocket and opened it to take a closer look. The paper of this talisman was very strange. It looked like it could be torn with a little force, but in fact, when Li Yundong tried to tear it with his hands, he found that the paper was harder than he had imagined. He tried to tear it with a little force, but it couldn't be torn at all. When he used a little more force, the thunder talisman suddenly shook and shook Li Yundong's hand away. A burst of blue light appeared, and then it slowly fell on the table. Watch net. Rainbow * literature _ learning % super # speed. Update. Look. Li Yundong was so scared that his little heart was beating wildly. He looked around nervously, but fortunately, there were not many people in the cafe at this time. No one noticed his abnormality, and Li Yundong felt relieved. This talisman can attract the 9 heavens thunder? Although Li Yundong had already seen the little girl's invisibility technique and he had seized Wan Hongling's magical item, he still felt that things like immortal magic were very distant and magical, especially to attract thunder from the sky. This made him feel especially excited and mysterious. Since there are really cultivators and immortals in this world, will there be demons and ghosts? Li Yunyang suddenly thought of something. But why does no one else in the world know anything about it? Was it hidden well? Or was there some other reason? Li Yundong sat in his seat, puzzled. After a while, Chao Kefi came over. Li Yundong quietly put away the thunder talisman. Chao Kefi smiled apologetically and said, "Sorry, they're late. You know, big stars love to be late." Li Yundong smiled and said, "Anyway, I have nothing to do." After waiting for more than 2 hours, Li Yundong and Chao Kefi had drunk more than a dozen cups of coffee, and the 2 big stars finally arrived. Alas, they're finally here. Chao Kefi sighed, full of resentment, but her face was full of smiles. She stood up and greeted them with a smile. Li Yundong also stood up and looked at the 2 big stars who had made them wait for nearly an afternoon. A man and a woman walked toward them. The man was about 30 years old, about 1.8 meters tall, and had a square face. Although he was dressed casually, his clothes were all famous brands. He wore a pair of big sunglasses on his face, so his face could not be seen clearly. The other woman was dressed fashionably. She was wearing a Polynesian-style grass-colored dress and a pair of white ribboned high heels. She had a slim figure and was very eye-catching. Just like the man beside her, she also wore big sunglasses on her face. Li Yundong couldn't help laughing and said, "Is it a professional habit for people in your industry to wear sunglasses?" Chao Kefi looked straight ahead and said with a smile, "Yes, there are a lot of problems in this industry, especially for stars like them. There are often a lot of paparazzi following them when they go out. It's very troublesome." While they were talking, Zhang Guizheng and Tan Fei had already walked up to them. Chao Kefi greeted them with a smile. "Just the 2 of you? Where's your agent?" Zhang Guizheng took off his sunglasses, revealing a handsome face full of masculinity, but the corners of his eyes were slightly upturned, making him look a little frivolous. He looked at Chao Kefi with a flash of amazement and greed in his eyes. He smiled and shook hands with Chao Kefi. They went to put their luggage in first. "I came to meet our president Chao first." As he said this, he looked at Li Yundong, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. "Is this your brother?" Chao Kefi laughed, pulled Li Yundong over, and introduced him. "This is the bodyguard responsible for the safety of your group on this trip. His name is Li Yundong. Although he is young, he is a great master." Li Yundong nodded at him in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. "Hello." Zhang Guizheng smiled disapprovingly and did not shake hands with Li Yundong. The look in his eyes was very disapproving, and he sneered in his heart, "You're a new toy boy. Great master? What are you pretending for?" Although Zhang Guizheng looked very masculine, in terms of heroic spirit, he was far inferior to Li Yundong. Moreover, Li Yundong's strong Yuanyang aura made any man who got close to him feel repulsed. This was the same sex repels each other. However, the opposite sex did not all attract each other. Tan Shui had not looked at Li Yundong carefully since she came in. She just stared at Chao Kefi with deep disdain and jealousy in her eyes. She said in a strange tone, "Great master? Are there great masters these days? I think they are all silver and wax spears, right?" I don't think this little brother is an adult, right? Chow Kefi was secretly unhappy and looked at Li Yundong worriedly, but Li Yundong's face was as calm as water, and she could not tell whether he was happy or angry. She forced a smile and tried to smooth things over. You can't judge people by their appearance. Can't judge people by their appearance? Tan Shui took off her sunglasses and carefully looked at Li Yundong. Suddenly, she was stunned, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. Little brother, you look good. President Chow, you're good. The quality of the goods this time is very high. Li Yundong frowned and was angry in his heart, but his face remained calm. Chow Kefi was already a little angry. She said, Tan Shui, this is a master I specially invited. Don't talk nonsense. Tan Shui sneered and said, President Chow, please calm down. I was just saying. As she said this, she winked at Li Yundong. Hey, great master, why don't you perform? Let me broaden my horizons, okay? Tan Shui was a new film and television star in China recently. She appeared on the screen as a pure and innocent girl. Even Li Yundong, who didn't watch soap operas, knew this woman. However, he had never expected that today, this so-called pure and innocent girl would be so unbearable. My girl is still the best. Li Yundong thought to himself. Li Yundong smiled at Tan Shui and said, Big sister, if you want to see a sideshow, please take Route 381 to the Lion Garden. There is a zoo there, and you can see all kinds of sideshows. Tan Shui's face changed. Chow Kefi, who was next to her, held back her laughter and tried to smooth things over. All right. Sit down and talk. Do you want to be chased by fans for autographs? Tan Shui snorted and glanced at Li Yundong provocatively. She muttered in a low voice, pretentious fool. Although she had spoken in a low voice, Li Yundong heard it clearly. He became more and more impatient. If it weren't for Chow Kefi's face, he would have left in a huff. Li Yundong sneered in his heart. These stars are bright and beautiful on the screen. I didn't expect them to be so vulgar. C/OM/ Chapter 133. Go to watch net. After they sat down, Zhang Guizheng took the initiative to talk to Chow Kefi and flattered her without batting an eyelid. Go to watch net. Go to watch net. Although Tan Shui was also a first-class beauty, compared with Chow Kefi, she was a notch lower. She saw that Zhang Guizheng, who had been flattering her all the way, had turned to another person so quickly. She was jealous and resentful, and even Li Yundong was not pleasing to the eye. Zhang Guizheng had been talking about what he had seen and heard all this time, with no lack of bragging and showing off. From time to time, his eyes swept over Li Yundong, who was silent opposite him, full of superiority. Chow Kefi had been in this circle for so long, so she was naturally quite sensitive to these things. She smiled and talked to Zhang Guizheng, while paying attention to Li Yundong's mood faintly, for fear that the boy could not help but leave in anger. But the more Chow Kefi paid attention to Li Yundong, the more unhappy Zhang Guizheng was, and the more he showed off. Hey, let me tell you, there was a martial arts actor in a martial arts film last time. He was really amazing. Zhang Guizheng said, dancing with his hands and spitting. That guy, with one elbow, smashed 3 blue bricks. 3 blue bricks, not prop bricks or red bricks, but the kind of blue bricks that were baked in the stone kiln. Damn, with one hit, they were all smashed. That's a real master. Hey, can you do it? Zhang Guizheng was talking extravagantly when he suddenly led the topic to Li Yundong. Li Yundong glanced at him, smiled, and did not speak. There was a different meaning hidden in his smile, like a silent lion looking at a barking wild dog. This kind of smile made Zhang Guizheng very unhappy. He said, Hey, what are you laughing at? Are you looking down on me or something? Chow Kefi quickly came out to smooth things over and changed the topic. Guizheng, go on. I'm listening attentively. Zhang Guizheng glanced at Li Yundong, smiled disdainfully, and then continued to talk nonsense. Tan Shui was a little tired of listening to him, so she turned her eyes and began to look him up and down. Although they had looked down on this boy from the beginning, he did not show the slightest bit of anger or agitation. On the contrary, he exuded a calmness that did not match his age. Tan Shui looked at Li Yundong from head to toe. He's a good boy, Tan Shui said, sizing Li Yundong up. It's rare to see such a heroic boy in the circle these days. Where did Chow Kefi find him? TSK, I wonder how much a month's rent is. The entertainment industry was a big divat. It was not uncommon for men to be mistresses of women, and vice versa. Many people love to talk about news like, which female star is being kept by which rich man, but in fact, many handsome male stars who had just debuted were also kept by rich women. After Tan Shui looked at Li Yundong for a while, she suddenly had an idea. Under the cover of the table, she gently touched his calf with her foot. Watch net. 7 KOM. Rainbow caret asterisk literature underscore learning percent super hashtag speed. Update. Look. Li Yundong felt the movement under the table. He frowned and quietly sat back a little. Tan Shui sneered inwardly. Damn it, still pretending to be innocent. I don't believe you can keep pretending for long. She leaned her upper body on the table and leaned forward slightly, revealing her full and deep cleavage for Li Yundong to see. Tan Shui's expression did not change, but she inadvertently glanced at Li Yundong. Her eyes were full of seduction. She reached out her foot again under the table to touch his calf. This time, Li Yundong had nowhere to hide. He was angry. Who are these people? Even the bodies in the sauna are much more luxurious than theirs. Li Yundong coughed dryly and stood up. I'm going to the bathroom, he said to Chow Kefi. Chow Kefi nodded at him with a smile. Tan Shui rolled her eyes and smiled. Me too. Then she followed Li Yundong out of the bathroom. When Li Yundong reached the door of the bathroom, he heard a delicate voice behind him. Hey, handsome, why are you so heartless? Are you angry at me just now? Li Yundong turned his head and saw Tan Shui smiling at him seductively. Li Yundong smiled politely and said, Miss Tan Shui, I need to go to the bathroom. I'll talk to you later, okay? Tan Shui saw that there was no one around, so she bravely leaned over and giggled. Why are you in such a hurry? Hey, Chow Kefi said that you are a master. I think you are a master in bed, right? How much money does she pay you every month? I'll give you as much as you want. How about you come with me? Good, you think I'm a male prostitute. Li Yundong was burning with anger. He sneered and said, then go ask President Chow. Excuse me. After saying that, he went into the bathroom. Go to see the net. 7 KOM. C. Tan Shui was so angry that she stamped her feet and cursed in a low voice. Damn it, I gave you face, but you don't want it. What's so great about you? F***CK. After that, she also rushed into the bathroom angrily. She looked at herself in the mirror and panted. What's so good about Chow Kefi? Am I worse than her? Humph, toy boy, don't be arrogant. Just wait and see. Li Yundong went into the bathroom. After a while, Zhang Guizheng also came in. He stood next to the urinal next to Li Yundong, unzipped his pants, looked at Li Yundong, and sneered. Young man, the food in this circle is not delicious. If you don't have 3/3, don't go to Liangshan. If you don't have a diamond, don't take on this porcelain work. As he said that, he reached out a hand and wanted to pat Li Yundong on the shoulder. Li Yundong glanced at his hand and dodged it quietly. Zhang Guizheng's face darkened. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard a voice coming from the bathroom. Mao Shan Tru beating Kung Fu, the 8 martials show their magic power. It is as urgent as the law, the great demon-subduing emperor of the three realms, the holy Emperor Guan, please come to me. As soon as the voice sounded, Li Yundong felt a chill run down his spine. He immediately pulled up his pants and turned around. With a bang, a door flew out of the bathroom, and a burly, bare-chested man walked out. His muscles were like tree roots. It was Lin Yu, who had fought with Li Yundong before. It's you. Li Yundong's chi suddenly surged, and the bones in his body crackled. He was extremely vigilant, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Zhang Guizheng, who was peeing, suddenly saw this scene. He was so shocked that his body trembled, and a large area of his pants was wet. He stammered, "You." Before he could finish his words, he saw Lin Yu look at Li Yundong with a proud face and say, "Jinrenli, we meet again. This time, no one else will intervene. Let's fight here." Li Yundong knew that it was a blessing, not a curse. If it was a curse, he couldn't avoid it. He took a deep breath and mobilized all the essence, qi, and qi in his body. The qi of his 5 internal organs also flew to the top of his head and then quickly dispersed to all parts of his body. This was the gathering of 3 flowers and 5 qis in one's head. Lin Yu's body could change from an old man in his 50s or 90s to a young man in his 20s or 30s by mobilizing the primordial qi hidden deep in his body and the divine qi borrowed from heaven and earth. Li Yundong mobilized the huge and vigorous Jindan's primordial qi in his body. Although he couldn't form an extremely strong physical change like Lin Yu's, the muscles on the surface of his body also bulged, and his blood vessels protruded one by one. They were as hard as stones. Lin Yu cupped his hands and said, "Jinrenli, I'm sorry. Today, I must decide the winner between us. Let's see whether your sect is stronger or my immortal fist sect is stronger." After that, he opened his eyes angrily. With a snap, he stepped forward quickly, with his right fist in front and his left fist behind. A short punch went straight to Li Yundong's chest. Li Yundong knew that he couldn't use his full strength in the bathroom, so it was most suitable for his opponent to fight at close range. Therefore, without thinking, he imitated Lin Yu's moves and met them head-on. Using strength to defeat strength, using violence to control violence. As soon as the two of them got close, there was a crackling sound of hand-to-hand combat. Zhang Guizheng, who was standing to one side, had goosebumps all over his body when he heard it. He stood there in a daze, staring at Li Yundong, who was fighting fiercely with Lin Yu, without any reaction at all. Tan Shui, who was in the women's restroom, was touching up her makeup in front of the mirror. She kept cursing Li Yundong. She had been in the entertainment industry for several years, but she had never seen such a pretentious guy. "Why are you so arrogant? Humph, who do you think you are?" Tan Shui sneered. She was about to take out her lipstick and wipe it on her mouth when she suddenly heard a rumbling sound. Tan Shui was stunned. She muttered unconsciously, "What's going on?" Then there was another rumbling sound, and the water in the sink in front of her trembled. Tan Shui was stunned and said, "Earthquake? Tiannan City is not in the earthquake zone." Suddenly, there was a loud rumbling sound. The bricks in the wall in front of her were sent flying, and a big hole was broken. 2 entangled figures flew out like cannonballs. Tan Shui was so scared that her hands trembled, and her lipstick fell to the ground. Her mind went blank. She saw Lin Yu punch Li Yundong in the chest. Li Yundong groaned, and his hands suddenly expanded. He grabbed Lin Yu's body and threw him behind him. With a bang, Lin Yu knocked the door of the bathroom to the ground, and then smashed the toilet bowl into pieces. The moment Li Yundong threw Lin Yu, he quickly stepped forward and stomped on him. Lin Yu's waist sprang up like a spring, and his whole body bounced up. He flew into Li Yundong's arms, hugged his waist, and slammed him into the wall again. With a bang, the broken bricks in the wall fell everywhere. Li Yundong was hugged by Lin Yu's waist, and his back hit the wall again. His body shook, and before he could fight back, Lin Yu's fists fell on his lower abdomen like rain. But the lower abdomen of the human body was the lower dantian, and it was the place where qi was the most vigorous. As long as one cultivated it well, it would be one of the places where one could take a beating. Li Yundong felt the punches on his abdomen like rain, but he gritted his teeth and grabbed Lin Yu's waist. With a loud roar, he lifted Lin Yu up, and then, like a falling onion, he slammed Lin Yu's head into the hard marble sink. With a bang, Lin Yu's head hit the marble sink, and a big hole appeared. Li Yundong's fist came smashing down on his head. Lin Yu heard the fierce wind behind his head, and he immediately broke free from Li Yundong's grip like a loach. He dodged to the side, and then there was a loud bang. Li Yundong's fist smashed the marble sink into pieces. Lin Yu was depressed. He had thought that by finding a narrow space, he could completely subdue Li Yundong and vent his anger. But no matter what he did, Li Yundong would follow his moves, just like last time at the school gate. After a few rounds, Lin Yu realized that no matter what moves he made, Li Yundong would immediately know as if he had a telepathic connection. Therefore, he simply didn't make any moves. The two of them fought hand to hand like hooligans. Lin Yu rolled a few times on the ground and gasped violently. He stared at Li Yundong fiercely and said, "Jinren Li is really good at martial arts. But you used my moves to deal with me. What kind of skill is that?" All of Li Yundong's clothes had been torn to shreds. He reached out and tore them off, revealing his strong muscles that were not inferior to Lin Yu's. He sneered and said, "It doesn't matter if it's a black cat or a white cat, as long as it can catch mice, it's a good cat." After that, he opened his eyes and shouted. The qi in his body surged to his right fist, and a fierce fist aura blasted toward Lin Yu. As he waved his fist, 3 cracking sounds came from Li Yundong's arm, like firecrackers exploding one after another. The surface of the fist compressed the air to the point that the shock waves could be seen spreading around with the naked eye. "Take this. Look/om/" Chapter 134. Go to watch net. Lin Yu knew that this punch was extremely fierce, and it was filled with pure yang qi. It was difficult to resist, so he rolled away and dodged the attack. Go to watch net. Go to watch net. The punch landed on the marble sink, and with a muffled bang, the surface of the sink could no longer withstand the impact. With a crash, the bottom shelf fell down and smashed at Tan Shue's feet. Tan Shue's body trembled, and her expression twisted in horror. She opened her mouth and wanted to shout, but her voice was hoarse and she couldn't shout at all. All she could think of was, "Who the hell is this guy?" Lin Yu dodged Li Yundong's heavy punch, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He quickly took out a golden needle from the seam of his shoe and inserted it into his Baihui acupoint on the top of his head. His other hand quickly pinched a finger and he shouted, "Mao Shan Tru beating God Kung Fu, the 8 martials show their magic power." As urgent as the law, Jiutian Shangfu, Generals Wei Yuan of the North Pole, Marshal Tianpeng, please come to me. Li Yundong was stunned. Another god? What kind of god is it this time? Why is it so convenient for this guy to invite gods as if he's treating a guest? Jiutian Shangfu, Generals Wei Yuan of the North Pole, Marshal Tianpeng? What the hell is this? Wait. Grand Marshal Tianpeng perfected lord? The expression on Li Yundong's face suddenly became very strange. Did he ask Marshal Canopy to possess him? Who is Marshal Tianpeng? Everyone on Earth knows. Zhu Beiji. Even though he was facing a powerful enemy, Li Yundong couldn't help but laugh. He was about to speak when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Yundong, dodge. It was Su Chan's voice. Li Yundong subconsciously dodged to the side. Suddenly, he heard a loud bang coming from the side for no reason. A huge pit had been smashed on the ground. If he was hit, he would probably be turned into a mass of meat paste immediately. Li Yundong looked at Lin Yu in horror, his heart beating wildly. He saw that Lin Yu's body had expanded a little. At this time, he looked nearly 2 meters tall. His whole body was purplish red, and the blood vessels on his body were like dark red snakes twisting and circling around his body. It was extremely terrifying. Jiutian Shang Fu. Net. Super_speed. More. New look. At this moment, this person's eyes were filled with terrifying golden light. His entire person was like a purple gold war god that had descended from the heavens to the mortal world, majestic and insufferably arrogant. Holy sh*t. Li Yundong said, startled. Is this guy on steroids? Was it that exaggerated? How could asking Zhu Beiji to possess him be more powerful than Guan Yu? Is there any justice in this world? Su Chan's voice rang in Li Yundong's ear again. Yundong, come out quickly. Don't fight with him at this time. This kind of god-inviting technique has a time limit. You haven't mastered it yet, so you're no match for him. Come out now. Out of absolute trust in Su Chan, Li Yundong immediately jumped into the men's washroom next door, then quickly ran out of the hotel. Where do you think you're going? Lin Yu shouted, his voice shaking the broken wall and causing the lime powder to fall straight down. Then, his footsteps rumbled as he chased after Li Yundong. For a moment, the washroom, which had been turned upside down a moment ago, suddenly became as silent as a graveyard. Tan Shui and Zhang Guizheng, who were equally dumbfounded, stood motionless as if they had been petrified. The two of them stared at each other through the big hole in the wall. After a while, a piece of crumbling lime fell from the hole in the men's and women's washroom and hit the ground. Only then did the two of them wake up from their stupor. Tan Shui was dumbfounded. She reached out and touched the big hole in the wall, as if she wanted to see what material the wall was made of. How could such a big hole have been broken by someone so easily? But when she reached out to touch it, the tiles on the hole almost cut her delicate fingertips. It was so painful that she immediately withdrew her hand. The pain clearly told her that everything in front of her was real. How is this possible? Tan Shui stammered. Zhang Guizheng, on the other hand, had been in the position of peeing since the beginning of the fight between Li Yundong and Lin Gua. By the time he came to his senses, his pants were already soaked. He quickly put on his pants, looked at the wall in front of him, and then looked at his clenched fists. Then, he punched the wall. Go to see. 7 Hong O.M. Look. With a muffled thud, Zhang Guizheng squatted down with his fists clenched. What's wrong? What's wrong? The hotel's security guards rushed over at this time. As soon as they entered the washroom, they sucked in a breath of cold air. They were stunned when they saw Tan Shui and Zhang Guizheng standing in the washroom. Hey, aren't you two celebrities? What happened to this place? The security guards suddenly became excited. They looked around and asked, are you guys filming a movie? Where's the director? Where's the camera? Zhang Guizheng and Tan Shui looked at each other, speechless. Li Yundong didn't even have time to say goodbye to Chao Kefi and rushed out of the hotel's revolving door. As soon as he went out, he saw Su Chan coming up to him. She took his hand and ran, saying, let's go. His divine power will disappear in 5 minutes. Li Yundong asked curiously, why are you here? Su Chan looked at Li Yundong eagerly. I'm worried about you. Li Yundong chuckled. The unhappiness he had caused with Tan Shui and Zhang Guizheng had flown away. He turned his head and saw that Lin Guo was chasing after him like a rampaging beast. He even smashed the revolving glass door of the hotel, causing the doormen and security guards at the door to shout. As Li Yundong ran, he asked loudly, is this guy done? By the way, didn't you say that cultivators are very low-key? Why is this guy so arrogant? Su Chan looked back. She took Li Yundong's hand and ran all the way, shouting, how would I know? Maybe there's something wrong with this guy's head. Li Yundong and Su Chan ran all the way like parkour. They were agile and moved like the wind. Some passers-by stopped and looked at them. Some curiously wanted to take out their mobile phones to take pictures, but as soon as they took out their phones, the two of them disappeared. After Lin Gua had asked the second god to possess him, although his strength had greatly increased, his speed had decreased a lot. Seeing that he couldn't catch up with Li Yundong and Su Chan, he snorted coldly, raised his hand to pull out the golden needle inserted in the Baihui acupoint on his head, and then quickly disappeared around the corner of the street. Li Yundong and Su Chan ran for a long time. Seeing that Lin Yu didn't chase after them again, he breathed a sigh of relief. Is this guy on stimulants? So exaggerated? By the way, why is Marshal Tianpeng more powerful than Guan Yu? It doesn't make sense. Su Chan said, Marshal Tianpeng is in charge of the Big Dipper. He is one of the 8 marshals in the Heaven Realm. Naturally, he is much more powerful than Guan Yu. Li Yundong was stunned. Then Zhu Beiji in the journey to the west was so useless. Su Chan laughed. Can the journey to the west be taken seriously? Li Yundong muttered to himself, the thing about asking Marshal Tianpeng to possess him has already happened. What else can't be taken seriously? He said to Su Chan, then what should we do now? Go home? Su Chan thought for a moment and said, go to a crowded place. We'll talk about it later. Standing on the roof of a building not far away, Zi Yuan, who was watching all of this from above, frowned slightly and said in a low voice, is the god-tapping sect so presumptuous now? What nonsense! Ruan Hongling, who was standing to one side, asked, Sister Zi Yuan, how long are we going to watch them like this? Zi Yuan pondered for a moment and said, don't worry, let's wait and see. Ruan Hongling was anxious and angry. She couldn't wait to take back her magical item from Li Yundong's hands, but she didn't dare to disobey her senior sister's wishes. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat and she said, Sister Zi Yuan, I'll go and take a look. After saying that, her body moved and disappeared in an instant. Zi Yuan couldn't stop Ruan Hongling. As soon as she opened her mouth, she saw that Ruan Hongling had disappeared. She let out a long sigh and shook her head. She didn't chase after her, but just looked in the direction where Li Yundong was in the distance. After turning a few corners, Lin Yu's body gradually returned to the physique of a normal person. From a young man in his 20s or 30s, he had once again become a thin old man with wrinkles all over his body. Lin Yu turned his head and looked in the direction where Li Yundong was. He snorted coldly and said, You run fast. As he said that, he turned back and saw a slim and graceful girl standing in front of him. The girl was wearing a high school uniform and was extremely beautiful. Her hair was tied in a ponytail, revealing a full and bright forehead. Lin Yu's eyes flashed with amazement. He laughed and said, Little sister, get out of the way. Don't block my way. However, the girl made a gesture, bowed, and said, Amateus, Ruan Hongling, the 45th generation disciple of Jinren Wang of the Shangqing sect of Mount Longhu of the Southern Taoist sect, greets you. Lin Yu's expression suddenly became serious. He cupped his hands and bowed respectfully. It turns out to be the Supreme Taoist Master. I'm Lin Yu, a disciple of Jiulong Huang. Ruan Hongling was young, but at this time, her words and actions were very old. She formed a palm with one hand and clasped her thumb in front of her chest. She said, May I know why you are here? Lin Yu sighed, waved his hand, and said, Alas, my disciple is clumsy and stubborn. I lost in a competition, so I came to get back at him. Ruan Hongling immediately asked, Do you have a grudge against someone named Li Yundong? Lin Yu was stunned and said, How do you know? A trace of hatred flashed in the corner of Ruan Hongling's eyes. Is there another witch with him? Lin Yu suddenly became vigilant. My dear friend, what do you want to do? Ruan Hongling sneered and said, How about I join forces with you to deal with them? I'll deal with that witch, and you'll deal with Li Yundong? This. Lin Yu pondered for a moment and was a little hesitant. After all, he was a famous person in the cultivation world, but if he joined forces with the people of the Jingyi school to deal with 2 juniors, his reputation would be a little bad. Seeing his hesitation, Wan Hongling tried to persuade him, everyone has the right to punish evil spirits. Li Yundong is with a witch, so he must not be a good person. Jinren Lin, why don't you take this opportunity to enforce justice on behalf of heaven? Even if others find out about this in the future, they will praise you for your chivalry. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He raised his head and nodded slowly. Okay. Then when shall we do it? Wan Hongling was overjoyed and said, there's no time to lose. Let's hurry up and catch up. As soon as there are fewer people around, we'll take action immediately. C/OM/. Chapter 135. Go to watch net. Li Yundong and Su Chan hid in the pedestrian street in the center of the city for a while. Seeing that Lin hadn't followed them, they slowly relaxed their vigilance. The girl began to look at the pedestrian street curiously. She pulled Li Yundong's arm and said, Yundong, I think this place looks so familiar. Li Yundong smiled and said, you silly girl, isn't this the place where we bought clothes last time? Su Chan's eyes suddenly lit up. I still want to buy clothes. Li Yundong was so scared that he shivered. He thought to himself, don't joke. The last time I bought clothes, I went bankrupt. If you buy clothes again, won't I have to sell my kidney? Li Yundong pretended to be angry and glared at Su Chan. Why buy clothes? I don't have money. Oh, Su Chan said. She pouted and tugged at Li Yundong's shirt to follow him. At the same time, she stared at the various clothes on both sides of the street. After a while, she couldn't help but say weakly, I'm just looking. I'm not buying anything, okay? Li Yundong was worried. He smiled bitterly and said, if I had money, I would buy these 2 streets for you. Go to watch net. Literature. But now we don't have money, do we? Su Chan nodded again and reluctantly looked away. She held Li Yundong's arm and said, Sir, this girl must be making things difficult for you, right? Li Yundong smiled and said, what is it difficult for me? Su Chan said pitifully, this girl always makes you spend money. You won't dislike me, will you? Li Yundong said with heartache and self-blame, what nonsense are you talking about? It's my fault. I should make a lot of money for this girl to spend. Speaking of this, Li Yundong couldn't help but sigh again. It's not easy to get a job from President Chow, but now it seems that it's ruined again. Alas, I have a grudge against money in this life. Su Chan comforted him softly, Sir, you will definitely be very rich in the future. I have confidence in you. Li Yundong fixed his eyes on Su Chan for a long time. He was moved and smiled. Girl, why are you so obedient? Su Chan giggled, and her eyes narrowed into a line. Girl, you're so obedient. Do you like me? Li Yundong waved his hand. Of course I like it. Su Chan grinned from ear to ear. I like myself, too. Li Yundong laughed heartily and rubbed the little girl's head. You're so cute, he said. Let's go. I can't afford to buy clothes for you today, but I can still afford to take you to a snack. Su Chan screamed and dodged his claws. She was just about to pout when she heard that he was going to take her to eat something. Okay. Okay. I want to eat that. As he spoke, he pointed at the barbecued squid skewers in front of the stall on the pedestrian street. Watch net. Rainbow carrot asterisk literature underscore learning % super hashtag speed. Update. Look. Li Yundong hesitated for a moment. This stuff is really spicy. Aren't you afraid of getting pimples on your face? Su Chan giggled. I've been in the Zhuji phase for a long time. I'm not afraid. Li Yundong sighed. Now that you mention it, I just remembered that I haven't reached the Zhuji phase yet. I've been delayed by the troubles of the secular world. Su Chan smiled. You'll reach the Zhuji phase when we get back. Don't worry. Let's eat first. Li Yundong nodded and took Su Chan to the barbecue stall. He bought 9 skewers of grilled squid, 3 for each of them. They ate as they walked. When they reached the entrance of McDonald's, Su Chan pointed at the fake McDonald's and said, "I want to eat the ice cream here." Li Yundong smiled lovingly. Okay. The two of them walked to the ice cream delivery window. Li Yundong said, 2 sundaes, please. The waiter behind the window asked, "What flavor?" Li Yundong turned his head and asked Su Chan, "What flavor do you want?" Su Chan was enjoying the grilled squid so much that she sucked in a breath of cold air. She fanned her mouth and asked, "What flavors do you have?" "There are chocolate, vanilla, taro, and other flavors," the waiter said. Su Chan looked at Li Yundong, at a loss. She didn't know what the 3 flavors were. She looked at the grilled squid in her hand and suddenly asked, "Do you have a spicy flavor?" The corner of the waiter's eyes twitched. She didn't know how to answer, so she looked at Li Yundong as if asking for help. Li Yundong laughed so hard that he couldn't breathe. His mischievous spirit returned, and he said to the waiter seriously, "The little girl is naughty. Just ignore her." The waiter laughed a few times and asked dryly, "What flavor do you want?" Li Yundong thought about it seriously and said, "Give her a garlic flavor." The corner of the waiter's eyes twitched again. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she looked at Li Yundong's serious face and felt that he didn't seem to be joking, so she explained patiently, "Sir, we don't have these 2 flavors of ice cream here." Go to CNET. Rainbow ** literature _ learning % super #fast. Update. C. Li Yundong said in surprise, "Really? But I have all kinds of food at KFC." The waiter was shocked. "Ah. KFC sells spicy and garlic sundaes?" Li Yundong looked even more surprised than she was. "What? You didn't know?" The waiter looked frightened and confused. I didn't know." Li Yundong tried hard to hold back his laughter. He laughed so hard that his intestines were about to break. He said with a look of blame, "Hey, you guys can't keep up with the evolution of the varieties. Forget it, just give me a vanilla and a chocolate one." Alas, what a killjoy. The waiter made 2 sundaes for Li Yundong and handed them to him. Li Yundong searched his body and found that he had given all his money to Su Chan. He said to her, "Hey, pay up." Su Chan nodded and took out the money and handed it to Li Yundong. After Li Yundong paid the bill, he dragged Su Chan away, sighing as he walked. The waiter looked at him in bewilderment. "Does KFC really have spicy and garlic sundaes?" the waiter muttered to himself. "What's that smell? Is it edible? I'll try it after work." Li Yundong and Su Chan walked to a corner and hid there, laughing with their bellies full. Su Chan stared at Li Yundong with wide eyes as she ate her ice cream. She didn't understand why he was laughing like that. Su Chan ate her ice cream for a while. Suddenly, she thought of something and shouted, "No, no. Didn't you treat me to it? Why do I have to pay for it?" Li Yundong laughed. "Hey, little girl. You're still fussing over this?" Su Chan smiled shyly. "I heard on TV that if a girl controls a man's money, they can't run away." Li Yundong laughed and pinched Su Chan's nose. "I knew it. Watching soap operas is bad for you." Okay, I'll let you control it. Come on, I'll take you to buy something for your money." After that, Li Yundong took Su Chan on a stroll down the pedestrian street until they found a shop that sold trinkets. He picked out a pink 11 kitty piggy bank with a key lock and handed it to Su Chan. "You can deposit your money in this from now on," he said, handing it to Su Chan. Su Chan smiled and hugged the piggy bank. "It's so pretty. I like it." Li Yundong laughed. "You like it, right?" Su Chan nodded and skipped out of the store. Li Yundong quickly pulled her back. "Hey, give me the money." "Huh? Me again? Su Chan said, then reluctantly fished out the money from her pocket. Huh? Su Chan said, then reluctantly pulled out the money. Li Yundong laughed. I didn't know you were such a miser, he said, poking a finger on her forehead. Su Chan held the piggy bank tightly with one hand and covered her forehead with the other. She made a face at Li Yundong. After buying the eggs, Su Chan carefully stuffed the money into the piggy bank with her back to Li Yundong. When she finished stuffing the last note into the piggy bank, Li Yundong suddenly walked up to her and snatched the piggy bank from her. Then, he raised it up high and laughed proudly. Su Chan had no idea what was going on. Su Chan was furious. She clung to Li Yundong like a koala bear and tried to snatch the piggy bank from his hand. Give it back. You bad guy. Give it back. Li Yundong laughed and played with Su Chan for a while. Then, he handed the piggy bank back to her. Su Chan took the piggy bank and looked at it carefully. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing. After looking at it for a long time, she found that the piggy bank was locked. She smacked her head and pounced on Li Yundong again. Key. Give me back the key. Li Yundong laughed and clenched his fists. I'm not giving it back. Come and get it yourself. Su Chan was flustered and exasperated. She pried Li Yundong's fingers open one by one. There was nothing there. She tried to pry open the fingers of his other hand, one by one, but there was still no sign of it. The little girl pouted, and tears immediately welled up in her eyes, as if they were about to drip down. Li Yundong saw that the girl was going to cry. He quickly took the key out and handed it to Su Chan. Su Chan immediately burst into laughter and took the key. Humph, she said, shaking her head. Now all your money is in my hands, she said. You have to listen to me. With that, Su Chan proudly stuffed the key into the piggy bank, then held the piggy bank tightly in her arms. Let's see how you're going to snatch it from me again, she said. Li Yundong laughed. You big idiot, he said. You put the key in too. How are you going to open it later? Huh? That's right. Su Chan suddenly came to her senses. She quickly took out the piggy bank and tried to pull the lock, but it didn't budge. She stared at Li Yundong. What should I do? Li Yundong tried hard not to laugh. He pinched Su Chan's cheek. Now you know how pigs die, don't you? Stupid pig. Stupid pig. You can smash it when you need money in the future. Now, let's go home. Oh. She followed Li Yundong for a while, then suddenly thought of something. She looked up and asked, but I can't open the piggy bank. What if you secretly take money when I'm not around? But I can't open the piggy bank. What if you secretly take money when I'm not around? Li Yundong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If you can't open it, do you think I can? What's your IQ? Su Chan blinked. What's IQ? Li Yundong slapped his forehead. Forget it. Let's go home. We've been wandering around for so long. I don't think that guy will come after us again. Then, he suddenly thought of something. By the way, do you think they'll wait for us at our place? Su Chan's mind was on the piggy bank in her arms. I don't think so, she said casually. Li Yundong thought for a moment. Forget it. Let's go back to the hotel and get our things. If it doesn't work, we can return the house. We can get a refund for the deposit. The two of them took a taxi home. When they arrived at the door, Su Chan couldn't help but smile happily at the thought that Li Yundong would make hot food when they got home. Open the door. Open the door. I want to eat. Su Chan urged. Li Yundong opened the door and sighed. Hey, why do you only know how to eat? Didn't you eat a lot just now? Are you hungry again? Are you still growing? Su Chan's eyes turned into crescent moons. Yeah. How did you know? Li Yundong opened the door and changed his shoes at the door. Of course I know. I check your body often. Come, come. Let me check your body. Su Chan entered the door and changed her shoes. She giggled and was about to say something when her expression suddenly changed. Yundong, watch out, she shouted. All of a sudden, a figure appeared behind Li Yundong. The figure was shaped like a monkey. Like a cannon, it punched at Li Yundong's waist. Almost at the same time, a figure appeared in the living room. Demon, he shouted. Die. Then, a green light went straight for Su Chan. C/OM/. Chapter 136. Go to watch net. Lin Yu's sneak attack was fast and fierce. If this punch hit Li Yundong's waist, Li Yundong's kidney would be crippled. Go to watch net. Go to watch net. The kidneys were the guards of the 5 internal organs. If a person was compared to a country, then the kidneys were the national defense forces of the country, specifically used to resolve all kinds of internal and external troubles of the country. If the kidneys were damaged, then the national defense forces of the country would collapse. Although it would not be immediately destroyed, it was inevitable that the country would be weak. A strong kidney would make a person energetic and powerful. A weak kidney would make a person listless and weak. In traditional Chinese medicine, it was believed that all diseases start from the kidneys. The root cause of all diseases could be found in the kidneys, which showed the importance of the kidneys among the 5 internal organs. If Li Yundong's kidneys were damaged, not only would he be unable to cultivate for the rest of his life, but he would also become a useless person who could not carry anything on his shoulders. When Su Chan saw this, she was shocked and anxious. She ignored herself and rushed toward Lin Yu, who was behind Li Yundong. Li Yundong, on the other hand, saw a green light rushing toward Su Chan. All he could think of was Su Chan. He also ignored Lin Yu behind him and went straight to Su Chan. The two of them only had each other in their hearts, but a strange combination of factors caused a mismatch. The duel that was supposed to be won by Wan Hongling against Su Chan and Lin Yu against Li Yundong had become Su Chan against Lin Yu, and Li Yundong against Wan Hongling. Lin Youqing's divine power could be said to be amazing. His strength was a bit greater than Li Yundong's, but his speed had decreased because of this. What he was most afraid of was an opponent like Su Chan, who was extremely fast. Similarly, although Wan Hongling's spiritual power was stronger than Li Yundong's and Su Chan's, she was born with extreme yin qi. She was most afraid of Li Yundong's pure yang qi, which did not have a trace of yin qi. In the blink of an eye, Li Yundong and Su Chan had destroyed the sure-kill situation that Wan Hongling and Lin Yu had created. If either Li Yundong or Su Chan had the slightest bit of selfishness, they would immediately be entangled by Wan Hongling and Lin Yu, and the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Wan Hongling had used 3 mysterious sky bone-piercing nails to deliver the killing blow. Even though they missed Su Chan's vitals, one of them still nailed Su Chan's shoulder. Su Chan let out a muffled groan in pain. Su Chan pounced on Li Yundong, blocking his fist with one hand and striking at Lin Yu's chest with the other. The power of Lin Yu's punch was no small matter. Su Chan caught it with her palm. With a crack, the sound of bones breaking came from her forearm. She immediately groaned in pain. At this time, Li Yunyang pounced on Wan Hongling like a cannonball. He punched at Wan Hongling, and the majestic and vigorous Jindan's qi in his body was like a blazing flame, burning Wan Hongling so much that she screamed and quickly retreated. As soon as Li Yundong's punch missed, he heard Su Chan moan in pain. He turned his head to look, and his eyes immediately widened. His hair stood on end. He was furious. "You're courting death." When a person was extremely angry, they would lose their rationality, but at the same time, their strength would multiply. The reason was that when a person was angry, their heart would beat faster, and their blood would flow faster. The liver would quickly release a large amount of blood and liver qi. This qi and blood would quickly circulate throughout the body, and then mobilize the yuanyang qi hidden deep in the body, allowing a person to exert strength that they normally couldn't. Go to the internet. 7. K.O.M. Literature. Ordinary people usually had the strength of 50 kilograms, but when they were angry, they could have the strength of 150 kilograms, or even 200 kilograms. This was already the case for ordinary people, so Li Yundong's Jindan body was even more frightening. The functions of Li Yundong's 5 internal organs were more than 10 times that of ordinary people. Once he moved, his strength was unbelievably terrifying. Li Yundong's heart thumped wildly, as if a mighty general was beating a war drum with all his might. The sound of the war drum was passionate and indignant, and all the organs in Li Yundong's body entered a state of excitement and fanaticism. Then, Li Yundong's liver began to release visceral qi and blood, and his kidneys began to secrete adrenaline and kidney qi crazily. The liver was the general, and it was in charge of external attacks. The kidneys were the guards, and they were in charge of internal attacks. The qi and blood produced by these two organs, one inside and one outside, were like a mighty army, constantly sent to every part of Li Yundong's body, making him full of divine power. The qi and blood in Li Yundong's body surged wildly, and all the bones in his body crackled like beans being fried. His whole body seemed to have swelled up, his muscles bulged, and his blood vessels protruded like old vines. Li Yundong shouted and slapped Lin Yu with his palm. The air around him was squeezed by him to the point that it seemed to have been sucked dry, turning into a vacuum. Although Lin Yu had invited a god to possess him, he had done it twice in a day, which had consumed a lot of his qi and blood. Seeing that Li Yundong's palm was coming at him fiercely, he gritted his teeth, turned his wrist, and slapped Li Yundong's palm. "You're courting death." Li Yundong's face was full of blood vessels, and he looked extremely ferocious. As soon as his palm touched Lin Yu, the Jindan's primordial qi in his body roared like a flood opening a dam. Pa! A crisp sound rang out. As soon as their arms touched, the floor of the room shook violently. Su Chan saw that the two of them were suddenly in a stalemate. She endured the pain, stretched out her other hand, and pointed at the Huagai acupoint on Lin Yu's chest. If the Huagai acupoint was hit, then the qi flowing up and down in the human body would be blocked. It was like a midstream hitting the water. It was like a battle at the front, and the rear was intercepted by someone. It could cause chaos in the army without a fight. When Wan Hongling saw Su Chan make a move, she shouted and swung her hand. Another mysterious sky bone-piercing nail went straight for Su Chan's chest. Su Chan only wanted to help Li Yundong out, and she put her own safety at the back of her mind. She didn't dodge. She just gritted her teeth and barely moved her body, not letting the bone-piercing nail hit her vitals. Her slender hand still kept moving towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu was hit in the chest by Su Chan. He suddenly felt his chest tighten and short of breath, and he was powerless. Li Yundong suddenly shouted and pressed down with his palm. With a crack, the bones of Lin Yu's forearm were instantly shattered, and his whole body knelt down with a bang. Almost at the same time, Su Chan's chest was hit by Wan Hongling's mysterious sky bone-piercing nail, and blood splattered everywhere. Go to see the net. Watch. Lin Yu let out a wild roar and quickly flashed out of the door. In a few flashes, he disappeared into the building. He turned his head and glared at Wan Hongling like an angry King Kong. You hurt people again and again. Do you really think I can't kill you just because you're a woman? Wan Hongling's face darkened. She looked at Wan Hongling coldly. Li Yundong's words were murderous and creepy, but Wan Hongling, as an inner disciple of the Supreme Taoist sect, was not someone who would be scared away by a few words. Wan Hongling stood on the edge of the balcony and scolded angrily, "You ignorant fool, don't you know that the woman in your arms is a fox spirit? Aren't you afraid that she will suck up all your yang qi in the future and turn you into a human? Don't you know that humans and demons are different and can't coexist? Those who violate it will go against the law of heaven." At this time, Li Yundong was furious. How could he listen to her? He stood up, his eyes fierce and terrifying. He took a deep breath, and the qi in his body surged to his throat. Then, he suddenly shouted, "Get out!" Boom! Like a spring thunder, all the glass in the room shattered with a crash. The thunder talisman in Li Yundong's pocket floated out automatically as if it had a life of its own, shining with a burst of blue light in the air. Ruan Hongling was hit by the sound wave of the rolling yang qi. Suddenly, her qi and blood became restless, and the soul in her body was almost shaken out of her body. Ruan Hongling was shocked. She knew that if she let the boy in front of her roar again, the soul in her body would be shaken out of her body. In broad daylight, when the yang qi was at its strongest, the soul coming out of her body was really courting death. Moreover, the talisman floating in front of Li Yundong made Ruan Hongling tremble with fear. This is the Five Thunders righteous talisman. Ruan Hongling was so shocked that her face turned pale. Her heart was pounding. She looked at Li Yundong and Su Chan with hatred, not daring to stay any longer. Her body turned into a blue light and left like lightning. Seeing her leave, Li Yundong quickly put away the talisman, drew the curtains, and then carried Su Chan to the bedroom. He asked nervously, "Su Chan, how are you? Say something, don't scare me." Su Chan's face was as pale as paper, and her lips were pale. At this time, she was being tortured by the immortal qi of the mysterious sky bone-piercing nail. Her body kept rolling on the bed, her hands and feet curled into a ball, and her body kept trembling. Li Yundong was so scared that his face turned pale. He picked up Su Chan and said, "Hold on, I'll take you to the hospital." When Su Chan heard this, she immediately grabbed Li Yundong's collar and struggled to say in a trembling voice, "Don't go, I'm fine. Take me back to the hotel. It's not safe here." Without saying anything, Li Yundong rushed out with Su Chan in his arms. When Su Chan reached the door, she suddenly remembered something. She pointed into the room and said reluctantly, There's something else." Li Yundong turned his head and saw Su Chan pointing at the pink He-11 Kitty piggy bank lying on the carpet in the living room. Li Yundong didn't know whether he should be angry or laugh. "Are you still thinking about that thing at a time like this?" The little girl's body shrank into a ball in Li Yundong's arms, as if she was very cold. She couldn't help trembling and struggling to say, "Money, you'll have no money to spend." Li Yundong's heart shook, and he almost burst into tears. He picked up the piggy bank, then rushed downstairs with Su Chan in his arms. He stopped a taxi on the side of the road and shouted the address to the taxi driver. As the taxi driver drove, he kept looking at Su Chan and Li Yundong through the rearview mirror, feeling surprised and doubtful. Li Yundong gripped the piggy bank tightly. He was about to smash it open and take out the money to pay the taxi fare when Su Chan grabbed him and whispered, Don't smash it. I still have money in my pocket." Li Yundong was stunned. He reached into Su Chan's pocket and found a 50 yuan note. "Didn't you put all of it in there?" he asked. Su Chan forced a smile. "I was afraid that one day you'd take the piggy bank away and abandon me. I can still use this money to find you." Li Yundong laughed, but his tears kept falling. He wiped away the tears on his face and stroked the messy hair on the little girl's cheeks lovingly. "Don't be silly. How could I not want you?" Su Chan gripped the hem of Li Yundong's shirt tightly. You won't abandon me just because I'm a witch, will you?" Li Yundong nodded. His voice was choked with sobs. "Yes. Little girl will always be my little girl. This uncle will never abandon you." Su Chan felt a little relieved. Although the two of them spoke in a low voice in the back seat, the driver in the front seat could hear them clearly. Although he didn't know what happened between the young man and woman in the back seat, the two of them spoke with deep attachment and lingering affection for each other. Their tone was lingering and sad. Even an iron man would be moved and a stone man would cry if he heard it. The driver was touched by their love. He stepped on the accelerator and arrived at the destination in 10 minutes. Li Yundong didn't have time to thank the driver. He dropped the 50 yuan note and rushed back to the hotel with Su Chan in his arms. As soon as they entered the hotel, Li Yundong closed the door and put Su Chan on the bed. Su Chan, are you okay? He asked anxiously. Su Chan's teeth were chattering. I'm fine, she said. Turn around. Don't look at me. I'll be fine by myself for a while. Li Yundong looked at the large patch of blood on her chest in confusion. He pointed at it and asked anxiously, "Are you okay here?" Su Chan said in a trembling voice, "No, I'm fine. It's just a minor injury. The real injury is the Xiantian bone-piercing nail made of the immortal qi of the Zhini school. As soon as it enters my body, it turns into a bone-eating qi, which is extremely painful. I have to force this qi out. You turn around. Don't look at me, okay? Please." Li Yundong didn't know why Su Chan wanted him to turn around, but he still nodded, turned around, and shouted at the wall, "Is this okay? Do you really not want my help?" Su Chan sat cross-legged on the bed and begged, "No, I can do it myself, but you must not turn around." Li Yundong was more and more confused, but he suppressed his curiosity and sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the wall. His mind was in a mess. When Su Chan saw Li Yundong turn around, she took a deep breath. Her lower abdomen bulged slightly and then quickly contracted. Slowly, her chest rose and fell, and her throat moved up and down, like a wave pushing something in her body to her throat. After a while, Su Chan suddenly spat out a 5-colored bead. It was her niden. As soon as this niden was spat out, the whole room suddenly shone brightly. Li Yundong was surprised and suspicious. Just as he was about to look back, he heard Su Chan say sadly, "Don't look back, please, Yundong." Only then did Li Yundong resist the urge and sit up straight. After the niden was spat out by Su Chan, it kept spinning in front of her, emitting cyan gossamer. These gossamer went into Su Chan's body one by one and drew out the white gossamer inside her. As the niden left Su Chan's body for a long time, Su Chan's body became more and more itchy. She knew that it was because she had lost the protection of the niden and was about to reveal her true form. Su Chan was shocked and scared. She was afraid that her true form would be discovered by Li Yundong. But if she didn't pull out the bone-eating qi in her body as soon as possible, her life would be in danger. Su Chan was on tenterhooks as she pulled the bone-devouring qi out of her body. She kept praying in her heart that he wouldn't turn around. Bit by bit, the bone-devouring qi was extracted from her body, and she slowly turned into her fox form. This long and painful process of pulling out the qi was like the worst torture in the world. Su Chan felt that this time was as long as centuries. Li Yundong also felt that such a wait was a kind of deep torture. He really wanted to look back and see what was going on behind him, but he was also very worried that something would happen to Su Chan. However, he didn't want to disobey Su Chan's plea, so he could only grit his teeth and bear it. After an unknown amount of time, Su Chan finished pulling out all the bone-eating qi in her body and swallowed the niden back into her body. Suddenly, the colorful light in the room dimmed. Li Yundong saw that the light had disappeared and was immediately overjoyed. He thought that Su Chan had finished pulling out the qi, so he turned around and asked anxiously, "What happened to you?" Before he could finish his words, he saw Su Chan looking at him in shock and fear. Her mouth opened and closed as if she wanted to say something. Li Yundong touched Su Chan's forehead with his hand in confusion. "What's wrong with you? What's the problem?" Su Chan looked frightened and subconsciously moved her body. Li Yundong followed her movements and suddenly froze on the spot. He saw a fluffy red fox tail pressing down on Su Chan's body, and he couldn't hide it no matter how hard he tried. Li Yundong stared at the fox tail in a daze, and there was a buzzing sound in his head. C/om/. Chapter 137. Go to the internet. Why didn't she let me turn around? Why was her identity so strange? Why was she always afraid that I would dislike her? Why did Ruan Hongling say that she was a witch? Li Yundong's mind rumbled. Countless thoughts surged through his mind at this moment, and finally turned into one thought. So Su Chan is really a vixen? Why didn't I think of it? Li Yundong stared straight at the fluffy fox's tail. He opened his mouth, and there were countless words in his mind that he wanted to say, but the words were stuck in his throat and he couldn't say a word. Go to the internet. 7KOM. Su Chan also stared blankly at Li Yundong. Her expression was one of horror and fear. What she had been hiding had finally been discovered. He had finally discovered that she was a wild fox. He had finally discovered that she had been hiding from him and deceiving him. Yundong. Why won't you listen to me and not look back? Su Chan looked at Li Yundong blankly, feeling as if her heart had been pricked by a needle. She summoned up her courage and said in a trembling voice, Yundong. Li Yundong seemed to wake up from a dream and suddenly raised his head. For a moment, he couldn't turn around and looked at Su Chan with a blank expression. For a moment, he didn't know how to face this vixen who had been with him day and night. After all, human beings and demons were different. Li Yundong subconsciously took a step back and stammered, I. Li Yundong's bewildered expression and subconscious actions were like a cruel and sharp knife, tearing Su Chan's soft and sensitive heart into pieces. He dislikes me, he dislikes me. Su Chan's head buzzed and went blank. Her heart seemed to be grabbed by someone and squeezed so hard that she couldn't breathe. Li Yundong's mind was in a mess. He stared at Su Chan in a daze, and Su Chan stared at him in a daze. The two of them looked at each other, and this familiar gaze suddenly seemed so strange. He glanced at the bloodstains on her chest and hurriedly found an excuse to hide in the bathroom. I'll get you a towel. He said. I'll go get you a towel. He said. I'll get you a towel. Li Yundong rushed into the bathroom and put his hands in front of the sink. It seemed that if he didn't use his strength to support himself, his body would softly sit down. This boy, who had been amazing when he was fighting with Lin Youfa before, now felt as if all his strength had been sucked away by someone. He was flustered, he was terrified, he was at a loss. He turned on the tap and let the water flow. Then, he washed his face again and again with the cold water, as if he could face this familiar stranger. What should I do? Ruan Hongling's fierce words kept echoing in his mind. Don't you know that the woman in your arms is a vixen? Aren't you afraid that she'll suck your young energy dry in the future and squeeze you dry? Don't you know that humans and demons are different? They can't coexist. Violators are against the laws of heaven. In the past, Li Yundong would have regarded such words as nonsense and scoffed at them. But when he saw Su Chan's fox tail with his own eyes, how could he not believe these things? Li Yundong pulled at his hair with all his might and kept circling in the bathroom like a sleepy beast. He kept muttering to himself, why didn't she tell me earlier? Why did she hide it from me? Is she really like what Ruan Hongling said? Does she want to suck my yang energy dry? Calm down, calm down. Li Yundong kept saying to himself in his mind. He patted his cheek hard, raised his head, looked at himself in the mirror on the sink, and whispered to himself, Li Yundong, don't think too much. Su Chan didn't tell you because she was worried that you would dislike her. She was afraid that you wouldn't want her anymore. Look at the internet. 7KOM. Think about it, has she ever hurt you? Has she ever despised you, a useless piece of trash? By the way, you can ask her. Su Chan will tell you. Li Yundong made up his mind. His eyes gradually became firm, and his expression became much more natural. When he walked out of the door, he took a deep breath and showed a gentle smile on his face. Su Chan, you. But before Li Yundong could finish his words, he saw that the hotel was empty. The bed was empty, and the room was empty. At this moment, Li Yundong's heart was also empty, as if he had lost his soul. She's gone. Li Yundong's eyes widened. His body stood there as if he had been immobilized. The smile on his face froze in an instant, and his heart fell to the bottom of a cold valley. Only when a person loses something would they know how precious it is. Su Chan. Li Yundong's whole body was cold, and he suddenly realized that he had made an unforgivable mistake. She was so sensitive, so afraid that I would dislike her. Even when she was seriously injured, she didn't forget to repeat this to me, but why couldn't I think of this? Where would she go? Where could she go? The more Li Yundong thought about it, the more scared he became. He was so anxious that he didn't know what to say or do. It was as if the sky was dark at this moment. Li Yundong walked around the room in a panic and found that Su Chan hadn't taken anything with her when she left. The pink piggy bank was lying obediently in the corner of the bed, motionless. Humph, now all your money is in my hands. Uncle, you have to be obedient and listen to this little girl. The little girl seemed to be smiling sweetly in front of him, and then stupidly stuffed the key into the piggy bank. Li Yundong raised his head and tried hard not to let his tears fall, but in the haze of tears, he clearly saw the little girl holding the corner of his clothes tightly. Although she was seriously injured, she still forced a smile at him. I'm afraid that one day you will take away the piggy bank and don't want me anymore. I can still use this money to find you. Li Yundong's lips trembled, and his tears quickly gushed out. He murmured, the little girl won't leave me, she won't leave me. By the way, she must have gone home. Thinking of this, Li Yundong immediately rushed out of the door, out of the hotel, stopped a taxi, and went straight to his and the little girl's home. She must be here, she must be here, she has nowhere to go. Li Yundong kept comforting himself, his eyes red and his heart burning with anxiety. After finally arriving at Hongqing New District, Li Yundong rushed out of the car without even paying the fare. The driver stuck his head out of the car and scolded him, but Li Yundong acted as if he didn't hear him. Li Yundong rushed into his home, opened the door, and shouted, Su Chan. His voice spread out in the room, but there was no echo, only a floor full of broken glass and withered eyes. Li Yundong's heart was cold, and his hands and feet couldn't help but tremble. He looked for Su Chan room by room, shouting her name loudly in every room, as if in the next second, she would suddenly appear behind him like last time. Go to the internet. Then why did you talk again? Weren't you afraid of being discovered at that time? Li Yundong couldn't help but think of the little girl's voice and smile again. Because I was afraid that you would be worried about me. I saw that you couldn't find me, and I was very sad, so I couldn't help but. At that time, the little girl's eyes were full of tenderness and deep worry. She was afraid that he would leave her behind, so she would rather expose herself than let Li Yundong worry and be afraid. Fool, where are you? Li Yundong's eyes were full of tears. He raised his head and sighed, muttering to himself. Li Yundong stood in the spacious living room in a daze, like a frozen stone statue. He clearly remembered a stubborn girl shouting at a group of indifferent people and a Philistine landlady, Li Yundong is the best person in the world to me, and he will definitely become a great hero in the future. I won't leave him. He could still clearly remember the little girl throwing herself into his arms. She cried and swore, I believe that sooner or later, you will become a great hero. I just believe it. What Li Yundong couldn't forget was a beautiful girl pointing at him and saying confidently to a rich man, you must remember his name. His name is Li Yundong, and he is my partner. Although he is a nobody now, I promise you that in less than 2 years, his name will be famous all over the world. At that time, what you can do, he can do without any effort, but what he can do, you will never be able to do. Thinking about it, Li Yundong couldn't help but burst into tears. Li Yundong, you are the most ungrateful person in the world. You even suspected that Su Chan would hurt you. She treated you like this, but you treat her like this? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Regret, pain, memories, and longing rushed over like a surging tide, drowning Li Yundong in an instant, making his heart ache so much that he couldn't breathe and his whole body trembled. Standing in this spacious and empty living room, the warm and bright home in the past was now cold and dim. Li Yunyang kept replaying the scenes in his mind one after another. The bits and pieces of his life were like thousands of thin threads that tightly tied him together, making him finally understand one thing. Even if she was a vixen, so what? Could it be that the usual laughter, love, and sweetness were all fake? Could it be that her sincerity towards him was also fake? Su Chan, where are you? I don't care who you are, I only know that you are my girl, the girl that will never change. Come back quickly. Li Yundong suddenly shouted. His voice was emotional and sorrowful, and it spread far and wide. However, Su Chan's voice never sounded here. Li Yundong was almost desperate. He rushed out of the door crazily and ran on the street like a headless fly, shouting Su Chan's name everywhere, like a trapped beast, like a madman, and all the passers-by looked sideways. After searching for a long time, Li Yundong suddenly thought of something. He suddenly stood on the street in a daze, and his eyes suddenly became brighter and brighter. Then, he suddenly broke into a run and rushed toward a place. Yes, she must be there, she must be there. Li Yundong shouted like a hysterical madman. Su Chan turned into a blue light and left the hotel. When she appeared, she found herself standing on a strange street, surrounded by surging crowds and noisy traffic. The towering buildings looked so strict and indifferent. Just now, Su Chan just wanted to escape from that place and avoid Li Yundong's eyes, but she didn't know where she was going or where she could go. Su Chan stood on the street in a daze and suddenly found that she had no one to rely on. She was alone, and the world was so big, but there was nowhere to go. Su Chan regretted it. She wanted to go back, but she thought of what Li Yundong had said to her before. Don't hide anything from me in the future, or I will dislike you. Su Chan couldn't help but cry. He found out that I've been lying to him. He dislikes me. He doesn't want me anymore. No one will love me in the future. Thinking of this, Su Chan couldn't help but burst into tears. She walked alone, wiping the tears that kept falling. She didn't know where she was going, so she just walked aimlessly on the street. Unconsciously, Su Chan found herself in the amusement park that she had been to with Li Yundong before. She didn't even know how the guard at the gate let her in. Seeing this familiar scene, Su Chan's tears fell harder and harder, attracting the attention of the people around her. Su Chan didn't want these people to see her cry, so she hid in the grass alone. When the crowd slowly left and there was no one around, she came out, walked alone to the huge landing gear of the space shuttle, and sat down. It was late at night, and the moon was bright and the stars were few. The surroundings were quiet and dark. Su Chan's petite figure sat in the seat, looking particularly lonely. Su Chan hugged the hard and cold armrest as if she was hugging Li Yundong's arm. She raised her head and stared blankly at the starry sky. The stars in the sky seemed to have turned into pictures, all of which were the details of her and Li Yundong's daily life. No one will be so good to me in the future. Su Chan's face was covered in tears. She sobbed, and a heart-wrenching pain made her feel as if the world had collapsed. Li Yundong rushed into the amusement park and headed straight for the space shuttle. His eyes were fixed on the space shuttle. The closer he got to it, the more nervous he became. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen to him if he didn't find the little girl here. What would happen to him? But when he got closer, he suddenly found a familiar figure sitting on the landing gear of the space shuttle. She was so lonely and pitiful, so lovable. It's her. It's my girl. Li Yundong felt a kind of extreme joy that almost exploded from his chest. He couldn't help but walk forward quickly. But after a few steps, Li Yundong couldn't help but stop. He walked forward slowly, as if he was afraid of scaring away this sensitive and fragile girl, afraid of scaring away his beloved girl. Li Yundong quietly walked behind Su Chan and heard her murmur as she wiped her tears. "Master, I miss you. I didn't mean to lie to you. Before she could finish, Li Yundong couldn't help but say, "I know. I'm here. I miss you too." Su Chan's body trembled violently. She subconsciously wanted to turn her head to look at Li Yundong behind her, but she forced herself to hold back. She didn't dare. She was afraid that if she looked back, she would see the fear and disgust in his eyes again. Su Chan leaned forward slightly. She wanted to escape quickly, but her attachment and love for Li Yundong wrapped around her tightly like a vine, making her dare not run away. The little girl was both surprised and happy. Her whole body trembled like a frightened little sheep. Li Yundong stood behind Su Chan. He didn't dare to reach out and hug her for fear of scaring away the panicked girl. He said in a slightly trembling voice, "Don't run, girl. Listen to me. I don't dislike you, really. Do you still remember what I told you? No matter what, you are my girl. Have you forgotten?" Su Chan trembled and turned her face to him. Her delicate face was full of sparkling tears. She said in a trembling voice, "You really don't dislike me? I can only cause trouble for you. I can't help you with anything. I'm also a vixen hated by everyone in the cultivation world." "You don't dislike me?" Li Yundong nodded vigorously. Tears rolled down his cheeks as he said with a smile, "Am I not also a good-for-nothing college student with no money and no car? You see, I can't give you anything. I can't buy you clothes even if you want to. But you don't dislike me, do you?" Su Chan stared at Li Yundong with tears in her eyes, and her lips trembled slightly. Li Yundong wiped his tears and continued to say with a smile, "Didn't you say that you would accompany me and watch me become a great person? How could you forget? It doesn't matter whether you are a vixen or not. What matters is that I like you. Do you like me?" Su Chan couldn't hold it in anymore. She threw herself into Li Yundong's arms and hugged his waist tightly with both hands. With a loud cry, she cried so hard that it was as if her heart and lungs were being torn apart. "Master, please don't despise me. I'll be a good girl," she cried. Li Yundong's heart was full of bitterness and sweetness. He held back his tears and stroked the little girl's hair as he said, "No, I won't despise you." After that, he hugged Su Chan tightly, as if he was afraid that she would disappear in the next second. The most painful thing in the world was that you didn't know how to cherish some precious things until you lost them. And the most wonderful thing in the world was that when you lost such a precious thing, when you were in pain and despair, it came back to you, and you got it back. Li Yundong held Su Chan in his arms and felt that the world had suddenly become so wide again, and the starry sky had become so clear again. It seemed that with her, he had everything, the whole world. The next second, the end of the world would come, and there was nothing to be afraid of. When I went home tonight, I found that I couldn't get on the internet, and there was no sound at all from the phone at home. I called 10000 and said that someone would be sent to repair it. I waited until 10:30, but no one came. I had to take the USB flash drive to the internet cafe to update it. It was a little late. Sorry, everyone. Although it was the second watch today, it was really a long chapter with more than 9,000 words, the same amount as the usual third watch. Tomorrow is Saturday, and it's still the third watch, /om/. Chapter 138. Go to WatchNet. Li Yundong and Su Chan had no idea how long they cuddled and hugged each other until the moon was covered by the clouds, as if they were too embarrassed to look at the lovey-dovey couple any longer. WatchNet. 7K-O-Hong-O-M. The little girl gradually got tired of crying. She sobbed from time to time. She wiped her tears and hummed, "Why did you think of looking for me here?" Li Yundong wiped the girl's tears with a smile and said, "Haven't you heard of this saying?" The little girl cried so hard that her nose was stuffy. She said in a nasal voice, "What are you talking about?" Li Yunyang said with a smile, "I don't have the flying wings of the colorful phoenix, but my heart is connected." The little girl burst out laughing, "Who has a telepathic connection with you?" "You're so annoying." Li Yundong chuckled. He stretched out his sleeve and handed it to the little girl. "Hurry up and wipe your nose. You've got snot bubbles coming out." Su Chan said angrily, "You're the one who has snot bubbles coming out of your nose. You're so annoying." "I'm not." But as she said this, she grabbed Li Yundong's sleeve and wiped her face like a cat washing its face. Su Chan let go of Li Yundong's arm in satisfaction. She looked up and saw Li Yundong smiling at her. She couldn't help but blush. "What are you looking at? Don't laugh at me." Li Yundong smiled and said, "Okay, I won't laugh at you. But come closer and I'll tell you a secret," in a low voice. Su Chan leaned over curiously and whispered, "What secret?" Li Yundong said in a low voice, "Actually, you wiped your snot all over your face just now." Su Chan turned pale with fright and shouted, "Ah! It can't be, right? What are you going to do about it?" With that, she buried her face in her hands and buried her head in Li Yundong's arms. Li Yundong burst out laughing. "I was just kidding." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to pull the little lass up, but the little lass covered her face and refused to lift her head. After Li Yundong tried to persuade her, the little girl wiped it repeatedly with her hand. Then, she raised her head with a flushed face and asked nervously, "Is there anything else? Will it become ugly?" Li Yundong smiled and pinched the girl's cheek. "Silly, I told you I was lying to you. Watch net. 7KOM. Net. Super_speed. More. New." Su Chan couldn't help but say angrily, "You're so annoying. You're so naughty. I don't want to talk to you anymore." How could Li Yundong allow the little girl to escape from his grasp? He quickly hugged the little girl and pulled her into his arms. He held her tightly with both hands and said, "Where are you going?" Su Chan giggled and held Li Yundong's arm tightly with both hands. Her heart was warm, full. She felt very warm and safe. Under the moonlight, Li Yundong saw that the girl had bright eyes and white teeth. Her eyes were like water, and she was indescribably bright and lovely. He couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her gently on her rosy lips. Su Chan's body trembled and she unconsciously softened. She raised her head and stared at Li Yundong, murmuring, "Yundong, aren't you afraid that I'm a vixen?" Li Yundong laughed. "Don't you know that I like little vixens like you?" As he said this, he reached out to touch the little girl's breasts. "Where are you hiding your tail? Let me see." The most sensitive part of Su Chan's body was at the pubic bone. When Li Yundong's fingers touched her, her whole body suddenly trembled as if she had been electrocuted. She said in a trembling voice, "Don't touch there." Li Yundong stopped and said with a smile, "I won't touch it if you tell me where you're hiding your tail." Su Chan moaned and hid her head in Li Yundong's arms. She said in a low, muffled voice, "I won't tell you." Li Yundong smiled and reached out to touch the little girl's pubic bone. The little girl was so scared that she hurriedly begged for mercy. I'll tell you. Su Chan blushed and said, "Only after I spit out the Niden and my spiritual energy is greatly reduced will I show my true form. Now I can't see it, let alone touch it." Li Yundong was a little disappointed. He held the little girl in his arms and sat on the lift platform of the space shuttle, saying, "I was wondering why you didn't let me turn my head at that time." Su Chan couldn't help but say angrily, "I told you not to look back, but you did." Li Yundong smiled embarrassedly and said, "I thought you were done. However, you shouldn't have hidden this from me." Su Chan pouted and said, I was afraid that you would dislike me. As she spoke, she suddenly thought of something and her expression became timid. She pulled at Li Yundong's clothes with her fingers and said weakly, Yundong, there's one more thing I haven't told you. Li Yundong's face darkened and he pretended to be angry. Good girl, you're still hiding something from me. Tell me, confess and I'll be lenient. Resist and you'll be severely punished. Su Chan said timidly, when you swallowed my Renyuan Jin Dan, I did want to squeeze you dry. Li Yundong was stunned and stared at Su Chan with his eyes wide open. Are you serious? Su Chan shrunk her head and nodded, as if she knew that she had done something wrong. Go to CNET. Hanjiom Li Yundong couldn't help but ask, so you don't want to do it now? Su Chan nodded quickly. Yes, yes, yes. Why? Li Yundong said with a smile. Su Chan held Li Yundong's arm and counted the good things that Li Yundong had done for her in the past. She said, you treated me so well later, so of course I couldn't bear to do it. Humph, you're so lucky. My Renyuan Jin Dan was given to you for free. Do you know how many people want this Renyuan Jin Dan? Li Yundong couldn't help but chuckle. He pressed his forehead against the girl's. You idiot, he said. I'm really lucky because I have you. Su Chan was happy and touched to hear that. She couldn't help but look at Li Yundong with more and more infatuated eyes. Su Chan's cheeks were flushed, and her nostrils flared. Yundong, kiss me, she said passionately. Li Yundong cupped the girl's cheeks with both hands and kissed her deeply. The kiss was like a bolt of lightning that ignited the fire of the earth. The two of them immediately tangled their tongues. The two of them kissed for a long time until they were both out of breath. Only then did they separate, panting. My mouth is numb. Su Chan said with a giggle. Li Yundong also laughed. My tongue is numb from your sucking. Su Chan's cheeks turned crimson. She rushed over and covered Li Yundong's mouth. You're not allowed to say it. Li Yundong laughed and dodged. There's no one here. What are you afraid of? Su Chan giggled and said, no means no. Li Yundong was aroused by the girl's natural charm. He couldn't help but reach out to take her hand and then touch it under his lower abdomen. He said in a low voice, Girl, you've aroused the fire of your master. What do you think I should do? When Su Chan's hand touched the hot and hard thing, she was so scared that she suddenly retracted her hand. Her whole body melted into Li Yundong's arms like a pool of spring water. She whimpered, Yundong, I can't do it now. Li Yundong smiled bitterly. When can I do it? Su Chan's cheeks were so red that they seemed to be dripping blood. She said in a low voice, You have to wait until you reach the Zhuji phase. Li Yundong let out a long sigh and said painfully, Why do I have to wait until I reach the Zhuji phase? Su Chan gently stroked Li Yundong's chest with her hand, helping him smooth out the qi in his chest and slowly calming down the rising desire in his body. Because only after you reach the Zhuji phase will the essence qi in your body be stable. Only then will the Yuanyang qi in your body not be seduced by my yin qi when we have sex, and then it will flow out of control. Li Yundong was stunned. No way. Then how can I reach the Zhuji phase? What about the Zhuji phase? Su Chan explained, the Yellow Emperor's canon of internal medicine divides human cultivation into several stages, namely, the child body, the leakage body, the broken body, the weak body, and the weak body. Although Li Yundong was only one threshold away from the Zhuji phase, he was completely clueless when it came to the cultivation theory. He said with a blank face, What do you mean? Explain? Su Chan explained with a smile, the Yellow Emperor's canon of internal medicine states that before the age of 16 for men and before the age of 14 for women, both men and women have not reached the Tiangui phase. Therefore, people have a child body. At this time, they don't need to reach the Zhuji phase to directly practice magic and magic. Li Yundong couldn't help but interrupt, you don't mean the Tiangui phase of men and the menstruation phase of women, do you? The little girl nodded, blushing. Li Yundong couldn't help laughing. No way. Nowadays, how can people reach the Tiangui phase at the age of 16 or 14? Nowadays, children are becoming more and more precocious. Su Chan sighed and said, that's why there are fewer and fewer cultivators nowadays. Once the inner disciples of orthodox cultivation sects are born, they must be taken away and specially raised. They must not let the food of the secular world make them mature prematurely, thus destroying their child body. Li Yundong nodded in understanding. So that's how it is. I understand. Go on. Su Chan said, like you, who have reached the Tiangui phase after the age of 16, but still have a child body, is called a missing body. At this time, you must first restore the missing body, and then you can reach the Zhuji phase. If you have sex with me now, it will be a missing body, also known as a broken body. At this time, it will take twice the effort for half the result to cultivate. You must first consolidate the blood essence and make up the missing body, and then you can reach the Zhuji phase. Li Yundong said, I see. What about the weak body and the weak body? Su Chan said, when a man is 56 years old and a woman is 42 years old, a man is 64 years old, and a woman is 49 years old. If you want to cultivate at this time, you have to spend 12 times the effort. First, you have to steal the essence of heaven and earth to make up for the already weak body, then you have to accumulate energy and enhance your vitality. Then, you have to consolidate the blood essence and make up the missing body. Then, you have to build the foundation and restore your child body. Finally, you can cultivate. Li Yundong suddenly understood. I was wondering why those who achieved the Tao in ancient times all had white hair and a youthful face. It turns out that they have all been restored to a child's body. Su Chan nodded and said, once you succeed in the Zhuji phase, the essence qi in your body will be as stable as Mount Tai. From then on, you will not be disturbed by the outside world, and there will be no loss of semen or menstruation. From then on, the human body will be a complete small universe. There will no longer be any loopholes, and no essence qi will leak out. Li Yundong said impatiently, then what are you waiting for? I'll go to the Zhuji phase now. Su Chan laughed and scolded, you pervert. Not now. The Zhuji phase is the most important thing for cultivators. There are only 2 opportunities in life. Once you miss them, there will be no hope for you to cultivate for the rest of your life. Li Yundong stared blankly and said, what do you mean by that? If I fail in the Zhuji phase twice, I won't be able to do it with you for the rest of my life, right? Su Chan covered her mouth and giggled. Yes, otherwise you will die from excessive semen. Li Yundong's face was full of heroic spirit, and he said righteously, I'm willing to die for you. Su Chan stamped her feet and said angrily, Bah, don't talk nonsense. We both have to be good. In the future, we will travel all over the world together. Li Yundong laughed and said, okay. After saying so much, I can only say one thing. As long as we reach the Zhuji phase, we can do it, right? Su Chan's face had not been red for a long time, but at this time, it suddenly turned red again. She giggled and said coquettishly, you hooligan, you only know how to do bad things. Li Yundong laughed evilly. He held Su Chan in his arms and waved his hand heroically. Well, for the happiness of my girl, I want it. Zhuji. Zhuji/om/. Chapter 139. Go to Watch Network. Li Yundong shouted, and his voice spread in all directions. Su Chan was so scared that she looked around and said angrily, how can you shout this kind of thing everywhere? Li Yundong said with a smirk, do you mean the first half or the second half? Su Chan's cheeks turned red. She giggled and said, bad guy, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I want to go back. Li Yundong pulled Su Chan and refused to go. Don't be in such a hurry. Tell me how to build the Zhuji phase first. Su Chan looked back and smiled. She bit her lip and looked charming. She smiled shyly and teasingly. How can I teach you to build the Zhuji phase if I don't go back? Li Yundong was greatly tempted by the little girl's seduction. He laughed and couldn't wait to take the little girl's hand, saying, well, there's no time to lose. Let's go back now. But Li Yundong suddenly remembered something. He smiled bitterly and said, oh no. Su Chan looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Li Yundong rummaged through his trouser pocket and said with a wry smile, I don't have a penny on me. How can I go back? Do I have to walk back? Su Chan giggled. You're so stupid, she said, shaking like a flower. Li Yundong pretended to be angry and said, how dare you laugh at me? I think your butt is itchy. Su Chan smiled and said, I can fly you back. Li Yundong was surprised and delighted. You can fly? By the way, you must be able to fly. Otherwise, how could you disappear from the room out of thin air? Can you take me with you? Su Chan said proudly, of course. After that, she raised her head and raised her nose to the sky, looking insufferably arrogant. However, she kept secretly watching Li Yundong from the corner of her eyes. Her eyes were rolling, and her expression seemed to be saying, come and praise me, come and praise me. Li Yunyang was very sensible and made a gesture of worship. Great immortal Su, quickly show your magic power and take us ignorant people to broaden our horizons. Su Chan was amused by Li Yundong's exaggerated movements and expression. You're so annoying. How can I call you great immortal? Li Yundong saw that his flattery had failed, so he quickly said with a flattering smile, what about Xiaoxian? Su Chan smiled and said, neither is Xiaoxian. Li Yundong smiled again and said, then, Fox Fairy? She could finally talk about her identity and sect with him openly and honestly. She was in a good mood, and her whole body felt comfortable, as if she had just drunk a fine wine. She felt completely at ease, as if she had just drunk a fine wine. Watch net. 7 KOM. Watch net. 7 KO Hong O MSO. It turns out that talking to the person you like without reservation is such a pleasant thing. Su Chan's heart was filled with sweetness, and her smile was also sweet. Her eyes seemed to contain honey. Since the establishment of our Fox Zen school in the period of Emperor Xianzong of the Tang dynasty, there have only been two people who can be called immortals. One is the founder, Ancestor Rock, and the other is the fourth-generation leader, Mystical Silver Fox. Both of them have cultivated to the highest realm of the Fox Zen school and become real fox immortals. The others are all fox demons. Su Chan played with her braids, her eyes rolling in her sockets. She tilted her head and pursed her lips. As she thought, she said, my master said that if I didn't have a chance, it would be difficult for me to cultivate to the realm of the six-tailed spiritual fox, let alone the highest realm of the seven-tailed divine fox, the eight-tailed earth fox, and the nine-tailed celestial fox. Li Yundong asked curiously, the more tails you have, the more powerful you are? Su Chan nodded and said, 9 is the largest number in the world, and it also represents the highest realm, such as Jiutian, 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 and so on. There are also 9 levels of heaven in cultivation. It's the same for us. When we cultivate to the nine-tailed celestial fox, we will reach the peak. From then on, we can be ranked among the immortals and look down on the world. At this point, Su Chan suddenly pouted and said, if you hadn't stolen my Renyuan Jin Dan, maybe I would have been a six-tailed spiritual fox by now. I'm so stupid, so I definitely won't be able to cultivate to the six-tailed spiritual fox in the future. Li Yundong took Su Chan's hand and asked tentatively, didn't you say that collecting yang to nourish yin can also improve your cultivation? As he said this, Li Yundong patted his chest with a calm and righteous expression on his face. I will risk my life to accompany lady. Girl, come and pick me. If I frown, you are not a man. Su Chan laughed so hard that she was rocking back and forth. I'm not a real man. Li Yundong laughed and said, yes, yes. You are a free little itinerant immortal in the world. Su Chan giggled and looked at Li Yundong with a softer and more infatuated gaze. She clasped Li Yundong's fingers tightly and smiled sweetly. Yundong, I am so happy. Go to the internet. Li Yundong laughed and said, what are you so happy about? You are happy that I stole your Renyuan Jindan, or that you can collect yang to nourish Yin later? She smiled and fell into his arms. She pressed her face against his warm and broad chest, listening to his strong heartbeat. Yundong, although I don't have the Renyuan Jindan, I have you by my side, she said in a sweet voice. Yundong, although I don't have the Renyuan Jindan anymore, I have you by my side. Although the Renyuan Jindan can make me a six-tailed fox spirit, with you by my side, I feel that even if I become a three-tailed fox spirit with little demon power in the future, I will still be very happy. These infatuated words made Li Yundong's heart ripple. He hugged the little girl tightly and said with a smile, let's cultivate together in the future. I will help you become a nine-tailed celestial fox, and you will help me become the #1 master in the world. The two of us will be partners in Jianghu, laugh at the world, and be a pair of immortal lovers. It is only we who bully others, and no one else who bullies us. Su Chan listened and was fascinated. I really look forward to that day. However, I am too stupid. I will definitely not be able to become a nine-tailed celestial fox. But Yundong, you have the best temperament, the best talent, and the best opportunity. I think you will definitely be a famous cultivator in the cultivation world in the future. As Su Chan spoke, her little nose wrinkled cutely and she giggled proudly. When the time comes, others will know that my Taoist companion is the famous Li Yundong when they see me. Hee, let's see who dares to bully me then. Li Yundong raised his head and laughed. The famous Li Yundong doesn't even know how to fly now. I say, after talking so much here, it's time to go back to the Zhuji phase, right? Great Immortal Su, please hurry up and use your magical powers. Su Chan straightened up, covered Li Yundong's eyes with her hands, and said, then close your eyes. Li Yundong asked curiously, why do I close my eyes? Su Chan said, when people close their eyes, the liver will slow down the process of filtering and storing blood. The metabolism of the human body will slow down, and the blood qi will also run slower, so the qi in the body will rise. In this case, it will be much easier for me to fly with you. If you open your eyes and see something high in the sky, I'm afraid that your heart and meridians will immediately be in disorder, causing the turbid qi in your body to sink, increasing the burden of my flight, and even causing both of us to fall from the sky. Li Yundong said in surprise, I don't have acrophobia. What's there to be afraid of? Su Chan said with a serious expression, there are 3 kinds of great horror in cultivation, which are the common demons of cultivators. The first is the great horror between life and death, the second is the great horror between heaven and earth, and the third is the great horror between reality and illusion. In the future, when your spiritual power is enough, you can learn to fly on magic tools, and then you will know what the great horror between heaven and earth is. Seeing that Su Chan was serious, Li Yundong couldn't help but look solemn. He closed his eyes honestly and said, don't worry, I definitely won't open my eyes this time. Su Chan was a little worried and said, you must not open your eyes. Otherwise, you will fall to your death. Li Yundong nodded hard and closed his eyes even more tightly. I won't open them. After saying that, he suddenly felt his body become light, and his body floated up as light as a feather. Then, the wind whistled past his ears, and he felt as if he was sitting in a 200 km/h convertible sports car. Even the skin on his face was aching from the strong wind. Li Yundong opened his mouth to speak, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he felt a strong wind rushing in and forcibly swallowing his words. Li Yundong was shocked, and suddenly his heart began to beat wildly. This didn't matter, but the qi in his body suddenly sank, making his body become heavy. In the blink of an eye, Li Yundong felt his body fall violently. This violent sense of weightlessness made him feel as if he had stepped into the gate of hell, and his heart seemed to jump into his throat in an instant. Su Chan shouted in shock and fear, "Yundong, take a deep breath and put your tongue on the roof of your mouth. Don't let your imagination run wild. We will fall to our death like this." Li Yundong immediately took a deep breath, put his tongue on the roof of his mouth, and tried to empty his mind, not thinking about the surrounding environment and the terrible feeling of falling. Soon, he felt his body shake and stopped falling in an instant. After a while, his feet suddenly sank, as if he had stepped on something solid. He heard Su Chan's frightened voice. "Okay, you can open your eyes now." Li Yundong opened his eyes and found himself in an inconspicuous street corner not far from the hotel. Beside him, Su Chan's face was ashen, and she kept patting her chest. What happened just now? Li Yundong took a deep breath, and his heart slowly fell back into his chest. Su Chan said angrily, "Why did you have to speak?" Li Yundong looked at Li Yundong helplessly and said, "You didn't say that I couldn't speak." Su Chan looked at Li Yundong helplessly and said, "So you're blaming me?" Li Yundong smiled and said, "Forget it. First time, second time. I'll know in the future. Besides, you should hurry up and teach me the Zhuji phase. When I succeed in the Zhuji phase and learn to fly, I won't have to be so scared anymore, right?" Su Chan thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "That's true. Well, let's go back quickly." Li Yundong suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, didn't you say that you want to fly? What kind of magic item do you use to fly?" Su Chan's cheeks suddenly turned red. She was too embarrassed to answer Li Yundong's question, so she just took his arm with both hands and urged him, "Hurry up and go back to the Zhuji phase." Li Yundong laughed and pinched the girl's cheek with his hand. "You're even more anxious than I am. TSK, little pervert." Su Chan smiled and said angrily, "Bah, you're the pervert. You only know how to do bad things after you finish the Zhuji phase." Although her words were accusatory, the corners of her eyes were full of the natural seductiveness of a little girl. She was secretly sending him glances, which made his heart beat faster. Li Yundong was tempted. He couldn't wait to succeed in the Zhuji phase immediately and then have a good relationship with this little girl. There were as many cultivators in the world as there were carps in the river, but Li Yundong was probably the only one in the world who had reached the Zhuji phase in the name of pushing down. /om/ Chapter 141. Go to watch net. After finishing the preparation work before the Zhuji phase, Li Yundong took a deep breath, closed his eyes slightly, put his tongue on the upper jaw, and gradually emptied his mind. Gradually, he felt a wave of heat rolling up from his waist, then to his dantian, then to his perineum, across the Magpie Bridge, to his Naiwan, and finally along the 8 extra meridians to the Baihui acupoint on the top of his head. Go to watch net. 7 KOM. Literature. At this time, Li Yundong only felt warm all over, and the thoughts in his mind gradually disappeared. Beside his ear, Su Chan softly recited Lu Dongbin's poem. Concentrate and adjust your breath. Listen to the true breath through your 5 senses and 7 apertures. Listening to the breath is the most important. The human heart and Taoist heart are interdependent. When the mortal breath stops, the true breath rises, unconsciously. When the true breath stops, the mortal breath rises, and the breath returns to the root and enters the lower field. The universe of oneself has heaven and earth, and the heart is higher than the sky and the kidney is higher than the earth. Exhale into the Tianyuan root, and inhale into the Tianyuan root. It is the truth of breath regulation that the true heart and true breath are always interdependent, and the spirit and qi are interdependent. Li Yundong heard it clearly. Although he didn't understand what this cultivation poem meant for a while, when his mind gradually emptied, his qi unconsciously ran according to the principles of this poem. Su Chan carefully looked at Li Yundong's eyelids. When people closed their eyes, apart from sleeping, as long as they were thinking, their eyeballs would always roll by themselves unconsciously. When Su Chan found that the eyeballs under Li Yundong's eyelids were no longer rolling, she knew that Li Yundong had entered a meditative state of silence. In this state, as soon as a person's thoughts were interrupted, the true God in his body would immediately appear automatically. This was what the cultivation poem said: when the divine sense is broken, the true God is born, and the true God is born to refine the primordial spirit. After Li Yundong entered a deep state of meditation, he found that he was once again in the spirit space he had created. He had transformed into an immovable wisdom king with 3 heads and 6 arms who could hold up the sky and earth. The last time Li Yundong controlled this true God with boundless divine power, he almost entered the realm of Mahasvara and was unable to extricate himself. This time, he was prepared in his heart, and it was difficult for his mind to be shocked by the boundless divine power in his body. Go to watch net. Li Yunyang tried to raise his hand. With a bang, countless dark clouds quickly rolled in the distant sky, and thunder rumbled. He waved his hand again, and with a crack, countless bolts of heavenly thunder fell from the sky. The earth seemed to be facing a lightning catastrophe, and every inch of land was being violently bombarded. As for Li Yundong, he stood between heaven and earth, motionless. Even though there were thousands of thunderbolts around him, none of them struck him. He was like a majestic king standing on the battlefield, surrounded by soldiers who were rushing forward like a tide, but none of them dared to collide with him. Looking at the destructive scene around him, Li Yunyang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I wonder when I can cultivate such a magical power in the real world? But as soon as this thought flashed through his mind, he suddenly found that the whole spirit space had suddenly changed. He was no longer standing between heaven and earth, but in an ordinary world. Li Yundong saw He Shao standing there, pointing at his nose and cursing. His voice was extremely unpleasant. Who do you think you are? An uncultured little bastard wants to steal my woman? Little bastard, let me tell you, Zhou Qin is my woman. If you dare to touch a hair on her, I will kill you immediately. Kill me? I'd like to see who will kill who. Li Yundong suddenly flew into a rage. He raised his hand, and countless heavenly thunder fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, He Shao's body and soul were destroyed. But then Lu Chuan, Wu Hui, and the others who had once had a grudge with him jumped out one after another and cursed, "You can kill him, but can you kill everyone in the world? Could it be that he was wrong? You are just a good-for-nothing. How can you be worthy of the woman beside you?" Li Yundong was furious. His anger was so great that heaven and earth were trembling. His whole body was surrounded by terrible blue light and thunder chi, like an angry god. Do you all want to die? Just as Li Yundong was about to lose his temper, he saw Zhou Qin appear beside him and persuade him bitterly, "Li Yundong, stop. Killing is against the law." At this time, Li Yundong only felt that the world was under his control. There was no one in the world who could defeat him, and there was nothing that could threaten him. He laughed and said, "Against the law." As he said this, Li Yundong pointed to the top of his head and then to the bottom of his feet, shouting, "The sky was born because of me, and the earth rose because of me. I want all living things to prosper and grow, so that they can have life. If I want the world to perish and disappear, they will be destroyed and die in an instant. Tell me, what is the use of this method?" After that, Li Yundong was about to use the method to kill Lu Chuan, Wu Hui, and the others, but at this time, Feng Na, Qing Qing, Chao Kefi, and the others all appeared. They begged bitterly, "Even if He Shao deserves to die, these people don't. Please let them go." But at this time, Lu Chuan, Wu Hui, and the others were still unrepentant, cursing loudly. Go to the internet. 7 KOM. Li Yundong laughed angrily. You people are all good people in vain. Look at them. Have they ever repented at all? People like them are better off dead. After that, Li Yundong was about to use the method to kill Lu Chuan, Wu Hui, and the others, but at this time, Su Chan appeared. Su Chan looked at Li Yundong with a sad look on her face. Yundong, don't, she begged softly. This is the devil of slaughter in your body. Don't let it control you. You'll go crazy if you do. As soon as Li Yundong saw Su Chan, his anger immediately dissipated. The flashing lightning around his body also gradually disappeared. He stared at Su Chan in a daze and said with a hint of anger, "You're also trying to persuade me?" Su Chan slowly walked up to Li Yundong and fixed her eyes on him. "I'm not trying to persuade you," she said softly. "Have you forgotten our agreement? If you go crazy, then you won't be able to build the foundation. If you can't build the foundation, then how can we fly together?" Su Chan couldn't help but blush as she said this. Her expression was one of bashfulness and anticipation. Li Yundong's anger vanished in an instant. As soon as the anger in his heart dissipated, he found himself waking up from his meditation. He was still in the small hotel, and Su Chan was staring at him in surprise. "You succeeded in building the foundation, sir," she shouted. "I succeeded?" Li Yundong exclaimed. "No way. So easy? So fast?" Su Chan nodded vigorously, a smile blossoming on her face. She wrapped her arms around Li Yundong's neck and said, "Of course. My sir is a genius that only appears once every 500 years. Li Yundong laughed heartily. The beauty in front of him smelled like orchids, and the smile on her jade-like face was full of admiration. How could he not be proud of himself? Li Yundong also wrapped his arms around Su Chan's waist. "Then can we do that now?" he asked with a sly smile. Su Chan's cheeks were red, and she giggled. "Naughty boy. You just succeeded in building the foundation, and you want to play tricks on me." "No." Then she tried to run away. How could Li Yundong allow her to escape? He quickly held her with both hands, lowered his head, and kissed the little girl's lips. As soon as the little girl was kissed, her body softly fell down and she collapsed into his arms as if she had no bones. Her nose let out a moan that was as sweet as honey. Li Yundong had been looking forward to this day for a long time. As soon as he heard the voice, he felt his whole body heat up. He reached out his hand to the girl's chest and slowly pressed her soft body down on the bed. For a moment, the two of them were entangled and turned red. Li Yundong was sprinting in this kind of erotic gentleness. The beauty under him was panting. He was intoxicated and didn't know that he had already gone crazy. What was the horror between reality and illusion? The horror was that when you thought you were in an illusion, in fact, you were in the real world. But when you thought you had returned to the real world, in fact, you were still in your own illusion. After Li Yundong entered the Zhuji phase, 2 days had passed in the outside world while he had been in the spirit space. Relying on Su Chan's influence on him, Li Yundong had defeated his Zizai Tianma, but at the same time, he had fallen into his love for Su Chan and his yearning for sex. A person's desires were like a net, layer after layer, interlocking with each other. When one desire was extinguished, another would rise up and attack stealthily, causing one to be unable to guard against it. Li Yundong was in the Zhuji phase for the first time, so he didn't know the great horror between reality and illusion. Moreover, before he had entered meditation, he had been seduced by Su Chan and let his imagination run wild, leaving behind the root of inner demons. At this time, he thought that he had succeeded in the Zhuji phase and was making love with Su Chan, but in fact, in the real world, Su Chan was so scared by Li Yundong that she was sweating. At this time, Li Yundong's human nature rose uncontrollably in his divine sense, and even the blood in his body flowed faster. The most terrible thing was that the thing on Li Yundong's waist was stimulated by the desire. It rose high, and the blood in his body was rushing there crazily. Su Chan knew that Li Yundong must have been controlled by the inner demons at this time, and the qi in his body was not flowing normally. Moreover, she saw the thing below Li Yundong jumping with the surging blood. She was even more frightened and her face was pale, for fear that Li Yundong would erupt in the next second. When a person was in the Zhuji phase, it was the process of mobilizing all the qi in the body to compress and refine it into the nidan. At this time, the human body was like a pressure cooker, when the qi was boiling and had nowhere to vent. If Li Yundong opened his qi at this time, then his leakless body would immediately be broken. This was equivalent to a flood that had found a vent in an instant, and it would surge out in an instant. Even the precious Jindan's qi in Li Yundong's body would be lost along with the essence qi in his body. Su Chan was burning with anxiety. She knew that outsiders could not disturb the Zhuji phase, let alone help them. Otherwise, even the person who helped them might fall into the inner demons and be unable to extricate themselves. But now that Li Yundong was about to fall, Su Chan couldn't care so much. She fiercely clenched her teeth, pressed one hand on the Baihui acupoint on the top of Li Yundong's head, and poked his Lingtai acupoint with her index finger with the other hand. In traditional Chinese medicine, there was a method called bloodletting. When the qi in a person's body was too strong and inflated, they would use a needle to prick the person's finger and release the qi in the body through this method. Su Chan poked the Lingtai acupoint with her finger, and it was as if she was poking a finger to let out blood. As she poked the Lingtai acupoint with her finger, the surging qi in Li Yundong's body immediately found an opening. Su Chan poked the Lingtai acupoint to release the qi, and at the same time, she poured her own yin qi into Li Yundong's body through the Baihui acupoint on the top of Li Yundong's head, using this to calm the crazily flowing yuanyang qi in his body. But she hadn't expected that the yuanyang qi in Li Yundong's body would be far stronger than she had expected. As soon as she poured her yin qi into Li Yundong's body, a powerful yuanyang qi immediately counterattacked. This counterattack was so fierce that it invaded Su Chan's body in the blink of an eye, making her feel the bone-deep desire that Li Yundong had sunk into the sea of desire. Su Chan was unable to move under the impact of the powerful qi in Li Yundong's body. Her expression was one of pain and fear, and a trace of despair flashed through her mind. It's over, we're both finished. How could this be? You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.